Hello. Hello, everyone. Oops. Oh, this better, I think. Oops, sorry. Oh, you. How's the volume? Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Tianshi Club. How are y'all doing today? You know, hello, Best Squid. Welcome, welcome. We're doing well. Hello, Shatter. Glad to hear it. Ready to start the day with Monkey Long. Oh, thank you, thank you. And happy anniversary, Shatter. That's so exciting. I wish I could make it. I tried my best. I tried my best to clear my schedule, but then a bunch of things came up and I wasn't able to make it to your celebration. But happy 2 years. That's so wonderful. Oh, that's still really hot. You know, what's up? Hello, hello. Bad timing, but I gotta go eat. Okay, Wongus! Have a good, tasty meal. When you get back, maybe let me know what you ate. Hello, hello. Monkey paused. We'll be back on double speed. Sounds good. Double speed monkey. I wonder what that sounds like. I've never tried it myself. Monkey talk fast. Lion hugs. Ah, Dajanka, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Hello, little sister Tianshi. Hello, hello. And thank you for the hugs. I like hugs. Wow, thank you very much. Now, 2 years passed before I realized. Yeah, me too, me too. I know what you mean. I feel similarly. For myself, that is. It's crazy. Speaking of which, I'm supposed to... I'm gonna remind myself to put something up about this. I'm supposed to have a celebration stream soon, right? A celebration. My 300 subs celebration that's been put off for a really long time. It will happen, it will happen. And the plan is actually quite soon. In 2.5 weeks? 2.5 weeks. That's the plan. Thursday, December 15th. That's the current plan. Fingers crossed. And I'm gonna try to put some stuff out about that soon. If we make it to 400 subs before then, I will also have a 400 subs celebration separately, but we can also do some sort of batsu batsu game. Like spicy noodles or something. I told my bro who really likes spicy food, and he said, why don't you do spicy peppers? And I was like, spicy peppers isn't the thing, it's the spicy noodles. And he said, but I want to try spicy peppers. I said, if you source the peppers, maybe. So we'll see. But maybe we'll do spicy noodles first, we'll see. But yes, in addition, speaking of addition. Monkey had an idea recently. I don't know if it's a good idea. We might do it anyways. You guys can give me your opinion. But since we'll be doing our karaoke stream in the middle of December, I figure, well, you know what we can do? Monkey doesn't know enough songs to take requests in general. But I was thinking, Monkey does know a lot of Christmas songs actually, just by chance. So maybe I had this idea, since it's Christmas time and Monkey needs some pocket money. What if we did something like One Don't Know one Christmas carol. And we'll just sing normal karaoke. But if anyone decides to donate on that day, then Monkey will sing a Christmas song per donation, I guess. And it doesn't matter how much you donate. It's just per donation. And then I will be open to requests. Like, if I don't know your song, or if I've already sung it 10 times in the stream, then I might do something else. But I will be open to recommendations, suggestions, so... something like that. I don't know if that sounds like fun or torture. For all of you, I mean. For Monkey, it sounds like fun. Hello, Hemoglobin! Welcome, welcome! Ah, hello, Cuckoo! Welcome! Good to see you both! 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks? Is that right? Is that what I just said? Monkey's so bad at this. 1... 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 weeks. Let's see if we can get to 400 before then! Well, if you want to invite all your friends to come watch Monkey, I'm okay with that. We have, 2.5 weeks, and we're actually very close. It looks like right now we are at 393 subscribers. We're getting dangerously close. So if you can get 7 new friends to join the Tea Club, I guess Monkey will have to do some sort of batsu punishment. But we'll see. We'll see. Howling Monkey hype. I thought it might be fun. I do kind of like Christmas carols. I technically also know maybe 2 Hanukkah songs. Not by heart, but maybe well enough to sing, but it's not very many. Just 2. Christmas songs I know a lot. I don't know how it is where you all are at, but the local radio stations have started playing Christmas songs. They started a while back, actually, I should say. It wasn't just started, but it's a thing. Alright, anyhow, today I thought we would play some more Pokemon because Monkey has been hyped about Pokemon. So let me see if I can get that up, actually. And let me know if the volume's too loud. It might just be for the opening screen. I've noticed the volume is pretty loud. I do like the opening screen though, it's pretty cool. But let me know if while the game is running it's still too loud. And I'll see if I can adjust it. Let's see. There's this. And there's that. And ta-da! How's that? Isn't this beautiful? I really like this splash screen with the desk and the dust motes and the ambiance. It's nice. Good morning, afternoon, everyone. Hello, Safra Denali. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. I feel like it's been a little while. How are you doing today? Good luck on the game now. Thank you. The sunbeams are really pretty, right? It's really beautiful. Funny story. When Monkey first got this game on my personal Switch, I was playing it so much that it wasn't until several days later that I think it was, maybe half a week to a week later, Monkey opened it up and saw this screen for the first time. And that's when Monkey realized that even though I had put the game down, I had never exited the game before. Until that moment. But it's very nice. Very nice. Yes, it's been a while. It's 3 AM here. Oh my goodness! Well, thank you so much for coming, even though it's so late. I hope you get some good sleep tonight. Don't sleep too late, huh? 3 AM. Oh, I'm sorry that this time doesn't work out so great for you either. But why would you want to exit Pokemon? Exactly, exactly. That's how Monkey feels. I miss lots of the live stream because of the time difference. Yeah. I wake up because I feel hungry and eating food while watching. Ah, I see, I see. Well, that's nice though. Have a nice snack. Is it tasty? May I ask what you're eating? Yeah, I'm sorry about the time difference though. Maybe hopefully you can make it for karaoke because I should say this karaoke, I think I'll have it at the old time. It's the plan right now. Rather than at the current time. And so it should be more like, let's see, if it's 3 a.m. for you now, it should be like early morning for you, I think, hopefully. We'll see. I wanted to do that to make sure that like a lot of the subs, you know, are people who came during the old time slot. So I wanted to make it so as many people could come as possible. We'll see though. We'll see also. I might stream that morning as well as like a bonus stream if I have the time. I guess for you 3 a.m. is morning, right? Do people consider 3 a.m. morning or nighttime? Well, regardless, we'll see. Nah, it's okay. I love watching you every time I can catch live streaming. Aww, I'm glad to hear it though. Thank you, thank you. Just some egg and rice. Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I like egg and rice. It's a great snack. It's a great meal. Clumsy, gnaw, and switch. Gnaw and switch. Oh, oh yes. Oh yes. The legendary double stream. Yeah, cause in some time zones it'll be on the same day. In some time zones it might be on different days. I'm not sure. Hi, Monkey. Kotaro-kun! Hello, hello! It's good to see you! How you been? Alright, let's Monkey get started. Good luck on the adventure and all. Thank you! And good luck to you with your late night snack. And then hopefully get some good rest. Okay. Hey. What if I do this? Is this a bad idea? Let's see. Let's see how bad of an idea this is. Maybe I shouldn't. If I do like this... No, that's a bad idea. Trying to orient Monkey's screen so I can see things properly. We'll go with this. I've been on a long journey. I'm back temporarily. Ah, I see. Yeah, we haven't seen you here for a while, Kotaro-kun. It's great to have you. Hugs. Oh, hugs. Safrudin Ali. Shall I say Ali? Is that how you pronounce your name? I know I've probably been pronouncing it terribly for a long time now. I feel like... Monkey's terrible. I remember Shatter actually. I pronounced Shatter's name wrong. Up until Shatter finally debuted as a VTuber, and then I learned my lesson. Regardless of the issues, the game looks beautiful. I think so. Monkey's kinda used to kinda glitchy, weird games. It reminds me of early Pokemon, which Monkey enjoyed a lot. So, you know, I know a lot of people think it's unacceptable, but the game itself is so much fun and has so many good mechanics and other things, and it looks beautiful, and there's so much character that Monkey doesn't even really think about the glitches too much. I'm used to glitchy things, and sometimes the glitches are like features. Like in early Pokemon, missing no is a feature. I think most people still call me Shator. Shator? Is that how I used to say? Shator. 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 Is that so? Is that so? I didn't know that. Been also paying my visits to the giant shrine, blessing the Monkey King and gods. Oh, thank you for coming by and paying respects. I'm sure he and everyone else, I guess, appreciates it. That's okay. Shatter gets stronger every time someone mispronounces his name. Is that so? Is that so? Then maybe Monkey should go back to mispronouncing his name. Then Shatter will be very strong. I also play this game. I reduced frame rate by never putting my Switch on sleep mode and docked it TV. Oh, I did hear there's a memory leak, which in Monkey's opinion is a little unacceptable. One of my siblings actually had their game crash randomly once. I wonder if that was related. I think they really ought to patch that as soon as possible. I don't know if they will or when. I think that is a little unacceptable, but it is really hard to track down sometimes. Luckily, Monkey hasn't really run into it. Maybe the frame rate has gotten really bad sometimes, every once in a while. But Monkey doesn't notice too much because Monkey is an airhead. The legend of Shator of the sugar. Shator of the sugar. Happy Monkey is doing good too. Oh, thank you, Kotaro-kun. I take it as a term of endearment, though. Oh. Then maybe I should start using Shator again. After playing, I never put my Switch on sleep, straight go on shutdown. Oh, interesting. I don't even know how to shut down the Switch. Maybe I do, I just have never done it. I just let it sleep. Good luck on choosing the starter. Oh, thank you. Actually, we just finished. Last stream we went a little long so that Monkey could actually choose my starter. Here we go. Oh, I threw it that way. Now it's behind the professor. Or the director. Come here. Yeah. Hello, little buddy. Look at me. Look over here. I'll pet you. Yeah. We went with Fuecoco, and that's the last thing we did on last stream. So now we gotta go. I think Nemono wants to fight us, and we gotta wander around this area because Monkey likes picking up all the items and that sort of thing. I can neither confirm nor deny growing stronger upon mispronunciation. I see. Oh, I love that the Pokemon will like run around you happily. Look how cute that is. What a cutie. Tianshi chose the Carefree Fire Gator. Oh, that's a good way of putting it. Carefree. And someone mentioned last time, who was it who mentioned? He's kind of got cheese pasted all over him. There's some on the back too. And on his belly here is cheese. I like that. You see, I like the Fuecoco description. When I read the Fuecoco description, did I read this to you guys last time? The Fuecoco description says, Fuecoco is laid back and does things at its own pace. It loves to eat, and it will sprint towards any food it finds with a glint in its eye. That is Monkey. That's Monkey on a good day. Oh, so cute! I'm glad you never encountered not is a lucky person. What did I not encounter? Uh-oh. Monkey brain. Monkey brain not sure what you mean. Oh, I missed it. I love the face. That face so cute. Oh, he sat down and took a nap on my shoe. He was sleeping on Monkey's feet. Okay, that's alright. That's really cute though. That's so cute. Oh. Look at him. Yeah. That face kills me every time I see it. Yeah. I honestly was not super interested. Oh, so cute. I was not super interested in Fuecoco before the game. But then I saw him walking around with that look on his face and I was charmed. I had to take Fuecoco. Agreed, best face. Yeah. Fuecoco is pure vibes. I care him very much. Yeah. Completely unrelated, but have you tried to spin around now? Oh? Oh, can you spin around? In the previous game I remember you could spin around. Not the camera though, right? The character? Oh, I haven't. Sorry, Fuecoco. I'm gonna try spinning around. Wow! Nice! Oh, dizzy. They kept that from the last game. Oh, that's nice. Except this one, you get dizzy afterwards. Whoa! That's great! I love it. Did you know in the last game, spinning around like that was actually important to evolving certain Pokemon? Wow! Turns out, oh, look at his little face plant. Oh, so sleepy. What a good baby. It's unfortunate Pokemon who never evolved will never be strong as the evolved one. Even if they had the same strength, I will never evolve. Yeah, Monkey is like that too. Monkey, oh. If the Pokemon is cute in baby form, but not cute in adult form, Monkey will never evolve them. But Monkey doesn't really play for a high stat sort of thing anyway. Combat's not really Monkey's top priority. And so I don't really mind that they're never quite as powerful because I over level all my Pokemon anyway, so they're powerful enough for what I want to do. Sounds like a pretty carefree Pokemon. I mean, I'm glad you never encountered severe glitch. Ah, gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, for me, I don't think my most severe glitch was early on where you can kind of get stuck in your house. You can get into a corner where the game glitches so you can't see yourself and you can't turn around and you're stuck behind invisible furniture and so you just get stuck in a corner. It was very scary the first time it happened. It took me a while to realize what was going on. But it's because in those environments you can't even turn the camera. Certain indoor environments. But I think the game physics wasn't built with that in mind. And so they accidentally set it up in a way where you can get stuck. That was scary. Hi Tianshi, how are you? I was getting something to eat. Hello, Hiki! Welcome! How you doing? Oh, may I ask what you are eating? Oh, he has cheese on his feet too! I didn't notice! Oh! Fuecoco's sleeping, yeah! A spin, yeah! You can go quite fast as well. I don't think there's a hard limit on how quickly you can spin. Really? There are different speeds of spinning? Wait, let me try it with my dominant hand. Wow! Do you go faster? Oh, if I keep spinning, I keep going faster? Uh-oh, that's dangerous. I didn't know that. Oh. I think that for egg hatching countermeasures... Countermeasures? This is for egg hatching countermeasures? That's a pretty good mindset. I think so, right? Fuecoco has a great mindset. The way he smiles, I can picture in his head He's like, I'm happy to be here. Yeah, doesn't really matter where here is. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy you're here too. That's the feeling. Give me food, not the face. Same feeling. Also true. Both are definitely true at the same time. That unfortunate glitch. Yeah, it was pretty scary. It was pretty unfortunate. But I was able to wiggle my way out somehow. It's a sandwich with a kind of cheese, IDK how to explain, and a hot chocolate. Oh, nice. Oh, cheese sandwich. Monkey's been enjoying some cheese recently. And actually, I'm actually currently enjoying a hot cocoa. Quite nice. Good luck on the adventure now. Thank you. Perma splitting Tianshi top. Tianshi top. Yeah, never stop. For a little while, I got really interested in performance tops actually. Tops that do seem to spin forever. They're pretty fun. They're really nice to look at, I guess. Wow. No, it's top. Can't confirm. Just the spinning top. Whee! Okay, I should probably... Whoa! Now the dizziness makes sense. Now I should probably actually do something. Alright, let's talk to... We already talked to our Pokemon. Let's talk to Clavel. Hi, Clavel. Miss Nemona was hoping you would join her at the beach, wasn't she? She'd be ever so happy if you agreed to a battle with her. Sounds good. And thank you so much. Oops, not you. I already talked to you. Thank you so much, little Quaxley. I'm sorry we won't be playing with you this game because Nemona chose the kitty cat. But you're sweet and you're wonderful. That's Wait, Coco, come on. I want to talk to Quaxley before he goes away forever. Wait, Coco, I love you, but we're trying to talk to Quaxley. Let's try this angle. Quaxley, talk to me. No! Why are you like this? Can I not talk to Quaxley anymore? I just want to say goodbye. Just want to say... Maybe I can't. It doesn't look like I can interact. Oh, that's so sad! Okay, well, we'll say goodbye in our hearts. Thank you, Quaxley. You are a wonderful Pokemon. Poor Quaxley, yeah. Quick, take him while Clavel isn't looking, right? I'll take all of them. I think he refused to talk because you rejected him. Oh no! That's so sad! That's so sad. I like to think he and Fuecoco are good friends, actually. Because in the beginning scene, when they introduced them, they have this understanding where, you know, Fuecoco tries to eat the burned fruit, and Quaxley's like, no. Oh, how cute! Okay, goodbye, Quaxley. He feels hurt. I'm so sorry, Quaxley. Oh, he turned towards me, though. Maybe he won't talk, but he will look. Oh! Oh, he interacted with me. Oh, back to Fuecoco. I guess they assume... Maybe they make Quaxley's hitbox very small because they don't assume you want to talk to him. But I got him to talk to me. Goodbye, Quaxley. I love all these oranges, by the way. Wonderful. Fruit trees. Like home. Let's sneak into Nemona's house. Oh, finally. Yeah! Let's see. There's a little Pachirisu. Pachi. And there's a chance. Okay. Let's go talk to... By the way, Nemona, if you could not tell from the outside and the mansion that she lives in, Nemona is clearly rich. Gleaming seas. Oh, how cute! Nuzzle the egg. What's out here? You can see the beach through the part in the curtains. That's nice. And look at all her servants. Oh dear, a visitor. My apologies. Both the master and mistress of the house are away at present. I wonder what they're up to. Baffling, it truly is. Where does dust come from? I find it just as baffling as the things that Pokemon can do. You know, I tell you, but maybe you prefer not to know. Hi, Quaxer. Yeah. I'm gonna save the interesting topics and long combos to the next short stream, so we get more stream time. Vacate, I won't. Monkey, life, and time is also important. Thank you, H. I appreciate you respecting Monkey's time. Also, yeah. Monkey talk too much. It's a cutting-edge refrigerator. It's a cutting-edge refrigerator, but let's not go around opening other people's fridges. Why not? I wanna know what's inside. The dishes in this cupboard are stacked incredibly neatly. I wish you could root around in I wish you could root around in trash cans in this game. It's not possible. I recently also playing lots of Pokemon games. Maybe because of the new game hype. Oh, yeah. I get what you mean. This picture? Winky looked at this, and I was like, Isn't that? And then I clicked on the description. This painting is entitled A Hidden Ninja. Is that supposed to be of a Pokemon? It is. Also, these two are cute. Woohoo. They're so cute! But I don't think we can go through any of these doors here. They restrict us to the front room. Everything spotless? Absolute. Nemona the Ojo-sama? Sure seems that way. Nemona Ojo-sama. Nemona Hime? Yeah, Greninja. Yeah. Wasn't sure if it was Golduck or Greninja. Oh, Golduck. Oh, I see. There is a resemblance. This one has a name. This painting is entitled Sibling Love. It's pretty charming. Yeah, Monkey likes sibling love. Very important. Monkey casually watching over people's life, like a god watching over us, JK. No. Monkey is just a minor kami. Speaking of Nemona, wonder if she's okay with us walking around her house while she's waiting to battle. You think we shouldn't leave her waiting, Shatter? I think she's okay with it. I think she's really hyped to battle all the time. But she's always been very kind to us. Kind of like happy to watch us go at our own pace sort of thing is the feeling I get from her. I don't know, she just seems really nice. Very like One-san senpai vibes to Monkey. Nemona, pretty sporty girl. Maybe she loves waiting in the open area under the sun. Oh, that's a good point. She probably does, huh? It's a nice place to wait. And I guess the beach is down this way. Let me get the shiny thing. But before we do that, Monkey always likes to explore first. I wonder if we can go around this way without falling down. Yeah. Where's my Pokemon? There you go. Last rival after N and Blue. Oh, I never finished playing the game that had N. I might have started it actually, but I never finished playing it. But he seemed cool. Hop was a pretty good rival in that he was very sweet. Who else was good? Oh, there is something here, peeking around corners. This must be the back window of that room we were just in, but it looks different. I'm not gonna worry about that. Oh, and there's a Pokeball here. And anything else? Monkey likes to wander around. Maybe I remember there being something out this way. Whoa! Oh, there's a path to the beach on this side too. I didn't know that. I explored games so much that I ended skipping an entire area and boss in Castlevania. Only later, I noticed I did, as I couldn't progress without an item of the last area. Ah, yeah, I know what you... Monkey kinda does that too. Monkey's the explorative type. Oh, there it is. I knew there was something hiding back here, but is there another one too? Is that it? What about on that side? Did I miss it? Did I miss anything? Oh, there's something on the roof. We'll have to come back for that. I don't think we can do that. Let's go. Oh, there it is. I knew there was something hidden back here. I remember from my other playthrough. Yeah. All the things. Yeah. Monkey didn't realize this until I was chatting with one of my elder siblings recently. And one of them told Monkey that when I first played... Well, she thought that I would definitely like this game because when I first played Pokemon, apparently I kept trying to go down all the different streets and see if I could visit the towns in a different order from the order they had it in the game. Apparently Monkey did that. I didn't remember, but when she told me, I realized, oh, that does sound familiar. Maybe I do that. All the exploration. Now's laugh is the 8th wonder of the world. No. Just Monkey. Hashtag cute Tianshi. No. Just Monkey. Hola. No, amigas, saludos, buenos días. Hello, white bears. Welcome. It's good to have you. Alright, I guess we'll go to the beach this way, since we hopped down the cliff. Hashtag cute Tianshi, what is this? Stop that. No, it's okay, I guess. I won't tell you to stop, I guess. But what? That's why? Trying to make this a thing? We have a new hashtag. No. It just. Oh dear. Hashtag cute. Yes, no. Just Monkey. Just Monkey. They won't tell us to stop. Progress. No. Oh no. Just Monkey. Just Monkey. Monkeys are cute, right? So you are as well. Over here! I see you. I'm just wandering the beach. I'll be right there. Oh dear. I do not know. I cannot argue with that logic properly. I don't know what to say. Oh, something here. Oh, this is one thing I do find slightly frustrating about the game. If you bring out your Pokemon, but you walk at any reasonable pace, like you can walk slowly. And they'll keep up with you. But if you walk at any reasonable pace, you soon get out of range. and then they go back into their Pokeball. In which case, the question is, what's the point? What's the point? I think they should be able to walk as fast as you walk. I think that would be ideal. But maybe that would have been difficult. I don't know. Alright, let's go talk to Nemona. Nemona, is this your beach? Are you that rich? Is this your beach or you just live near the beach? They should do like in Heart Gold, though some Pokemons being slow makes sense, ID. Yeah, I think like the little Pokemons being kinda slow makes sense. But it's very sad if they can't keep up with you at all. Look at it! Look at him on the edge there! You think he got stuck? Are you stuck back there? Oh, poor baby! He's stuck. But I hear even the big Pokemon can't keep up with you. I haven't really tried because I don't have a lot of big Pokemon. They're all pretty small. But that's what I heard. Look at him peering over the edge. It's very cute. I think it depends on the Pokemon. The evolutions of Sprigatito keep up with you, I think. Oh, really? So it does? Okay, well that makes a little bit of sense. Because, I mean, look at Fuecoco's tiny legs. Can't even get over this ledge here. Poor baby. It's understandable, I suppose. Maybe that's what I get for having a team full of babies. She beat the owner of the beach in a Pokemon battle, and now owns it. Ah, I could see that. I could see that. He can't jump. He can't jump. Poor baby. Oh, he fall asleep. Fuecoco says, "This is fine. I nap now." He's waiting for permission to step onto the arena. How polite. Ah, polite Fuecoco. I was just about to ask about big Pokemon. And Monkey has very little experience with big Pokemon, I guess. Fue actually means, it's a type of flute. It's a Japanese flute. Come to think of it. Fue. Let's see. Are these in the right order? No. There's no moves to remember, right? Yeah. But let's reorder these. This is the best, so it goes to the top. This goes down here. There we go. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm still not sure about Fuecoco's name, to be honest. Kinda chose it in a hurry last time. For lack of time since we had the extra long stream. But I don't know. Fue is cute, but I feel like Fuecoco needs a better name than that. I suspect it's an abbreviation of Fuego here, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Fuego and then Coco, maybe from Crocodile? I'm not sure. Oh, you meant the name you chose. No. Yeah. I vote for Habanero. I like it actually. That's wonderful. That's great. That sounds great. He looks like a little pepper. A little round habanero pepper. And it has a food element to it. And actually, Monkey really likes habaneros. Habaneros are delicious. They have such a delightful fruity flavor. We'll go with habanero for now. And it fits the theme. ITKY Coco reminds me of coconut. In fact, we just call it Coco. Ah, well that makes sense. Yeah, Coco. I've heard coconut called Coco. Habanero. Habanero, I think it is. Is that right? Do you spell habanero with habanero? I'm gonna look it up. That's not it. Oh no. Come back here. Habanero. Habanero? Ba-dip-ba-dip-ba-dop-ba-dop. Habanero. Habanero. Oh, it's not habanero, it's habanero. Good to know, good to know. Habanero. Habanero. We'll go with that. Habanero. Haha, I just can't get over Flicoco's face. Look at Flicoco's face. So cute, so adorable. Wonderful. Alright. Let's go. Anyone can be a Pokemon trainer as long as they have Pokemon by their side. That makes sense. It's a definition, I guess. I'm glad you like the name, Lol. It's pretty good, pretty good. And it's our duty as trainers to help our Pokemon grow stronger through battle. So are you ready to battle me now? You know, I'm not sure if I agree with that though. It depends on if your Pokemon wants to grow stronger. In Monkey's opinion, being strong isn't the most important thing in life. Can be nice, but I don't think it's our duty. Unless they want to help, then we can help them out. Alright, ready to battle? Yes. Yes. Perfecto. I'm so excited for this battle. I think I'll use Miss Nemona. Clavel. Clavel is nice. He's looking out for us. I trust you remember that Master Null is wholly inexperienced in Pokemon battling. And there goes Quaxley, so cute. Heh, whoops. Good call, Director. She means well. I was about to send out one of my usual partners right off the bat. I guess I'll take this chance to try out my new buddy instead. Master now? Master. It's an honorific, I guess, is how you put it. Clavel addresses everyone with honorifics, I guess. He's very formal in that way. New buddy time. Alright. Everyone, show your respects to our master. Tianshi now. No. It's like saying Nao-kun is the equivalent of Nao-kun. It's kind of archaic, so in English you don't hear it very often anymore. But it's more like saying kun or yeah, something like that. I guess you might say it's a little bit like Dono in that it's kind of archaic, but I don't know if it's that important, if it's that, what's the word? Honorable, respectful, or if it's just normal. It's supposed to be for younger people, I guess, like kun. No, Shifu. No. Just a regular monkey. No Shifu here. Alright, come on now, let's have a fruitful battle. Yeah. I hear a Nemona is a plant? I haven't looked it up though. You are challenged by Pokemon trainer Nemona. Pokemon trainer sent out Sprigatito. Go Habanero. I know this is your first Pokemon battle, so let's... Oh no! Monkey don't read fast enough. Monkey was distracted. I'm guessing she said something like, let's just have fun. But this is how Monkey battles, because Monkey doesn't actually care much about battling. We're just gonna go all out. All out. How do you say? Offensive? All out offensive. You must have been studying up. Smart move. Fire is strong against grass. Will anyone pick Quaxley? I was wondering that myself. I guess he goes back with Director Clavel, but I haven't seen him show up. Not him in particular, but I haven't seen the third Pokemon show up after the intro yet. I wonder if he'll come back or not. Wow, not bad, neighbor. Oh, thank you. She's happy. Back double speed monkey is a go. Sounds good, sounds good. Welcome back, Mongoose. Afraid to suggest anything because a thing happened yesterday. Oh? A thing happened? Got called a backseater for mentioning some trivia. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I know you meant well. You know, I like trivia, but it is true that spoilers can be a little bit... Monkey's not so sure I want spoilers. But if there's no spoilers, I'd be down to hear your trivia. And, yeah, in that kind of situation, maybe just ask first. Maybe people will let you know whether or not they're interested in that kind of thing. No one picks the duck when the cat and cheese lizard is available. Aww! I don't know if that's true though. One of Monkey's bros immediately fell in love when he saw Quaxley. He saw Quaxley and he knew that was the one. Even before the games came out, when they first introduced the starters. Whereas Monkey took a while to decide. If no one picks Quaxley, I will take him. Aww, yeah, Quaxley is wonderful. He's very cool. What is the word? Suave? Cool? There's a lot of words you can say about Quaxley. No, strong. No. No, not strong. Say ooh, please. I don't know how to properly say ooh. I don't know. I know people like that. I've noticed that people like that word, but I don't really get it. Monkey doesn't really as some of you know. Monkey doesn't really get the memes sometimes. Mixty? Welcome. I like Quaxley, but I'm not a fan of where it goes. Also, hello, Lucky Water. Welcome. Yeah, I have seen now where Quaxley goes, because one of my siblings evolved Quaxley. I think I've seen all of the starter evolutions at this point. I don't mind it, but it's definitely not Monkey's type of Pokemon. So Monkey would not have evolved Quaxley. But I don't know. I think his evolution is kind of fun too, cause it reminds me of. Do y'all remember from what is it? Animal Crossing? In Animal Crossing, there's a character called Pave. They are the same. They're basically the same. What is the name of what Quaxley evolves into? Well, they're the same. If you don't know, you'll find out. But it's kind of fun that way. They're based on the same kind of thing, I think. It's mostly just a cutesy phrase, I think. Oh, cutesy, huh? If what I've seen is correct, it reminds me of Sylvando from Dragon Quest 1. This is a great thing. Sylvando. Let's see, who is Sylvando? Sylvando. Oh, that's too many tabs. Close tabs. There we go. Sylvando. Oh! Oh yeah! Yeah! I think this is I found a screenshot. Not all of his screenshots are the same, but this one I found looks the same. I think it must be based on something that maybe Japanese people really like from Latin culture. I think it has to do with, is it Mardi Gras? Or something like that? Some really, how you say? Wow! Hade no, flashy? Flashy dance attire and stuff. Actually, what is it called? Takarazuka? Takarazuka? Which are a troupe of all-female, actors? Musical theater? Musical theater actors, I guess. They are actually famous for, at the end of their shows, they'll come out dressed up all like that too. I think the Japanese really like the flashiness of this way of dressing and dancing. It is pretty cool. I thought about picking Quaxley and just keeping it Quaxley. I mean, Quaxley is a pretty good name. Sometimes Monkey has a hard time coming up with nicknames because the original names are already so good. And then Monkey thinks, maybe I'll keep the original name. Hard to say. Quaxley's a good name. Coco is fun to say. Sprigatito is cute. For some reason, Monkey always forgets that name though. Silvando would be a very good Quaquavel name. Ah, that's what it is, Quaquavel. yeah. Quaquavel. Carnival, probably? It's a quack carnival? Is my guess is the name, and that explains again the attire and the dancing. I do like that he dances though, it's really funny. Also, turns out in the game we're pretty short. I think that's because we're kind of we're like younger than Nemona, for example. She's definitely more like our senpai one-san kind of person. We're younger than Nemona, but we're pretty short actually. If you look compared to Pokemon, my siblings and I tried standing next to various Pokemon to decide what height we're at, and so it depends on our age. We actually might also be tall for our age. I don't know how old we're supposed to be in the game, because everyone of any age can go to this school. But we are roughly probably about 5 feet tall, if I were to guess, based on standing next to Pokemon of roughly equivalent height. Hard to say. But yeah, 5 feet. I think if we're like elementary school and younger, that's either like a normal height or tall, right? But if we're late elementary school and older, that's a normal height or short? I'm not really sure. To be perfectly honest, Monkey is terrible with numbers and heights and distances and things like that. And to be fair, 5 feet is still taller than Monkey is. So, you know, compared to Monkey, I guess the character is tall. But it was just kind of fun to try to figure out how big these people are. And I guess the reason I thought of that is because Quaquaval, he towers over you. It's really funny. Have you seen Arvin? In my other game, I've seen Arvin. Arvin's an interesting character. When I met him, and then the few other times I encountered him, I could not tell if he likes you or not. I was like, I cannot tell if you really hate me or you really like me. I have no idea. But over time, Monkey started to feel like, I think he does like you. He does like you. He's just a little awkward about it. And so, it's a little confusing. But I think he does like you. And so that's nice. He's kind of sweet. I'm kind of slow at this game. Little worried I'll be late to the starter trading party. Is there a starter trading party? Oh, I see. Like, when everyone who's in the game wants to trade starters, is that like a thing that happens? Like, get get baby versions of the starters to complete the Pokédex. I've never done that kind of thing. But I think it's good to take it at your own pace. I think this game is very special in that way, in that Pokemon you could always take at your own pace, but even more so, this game encourages it. Wander if you want, you can battle if you want. One of Monkey's siblings really likes academia, so after she got the game, within, I don't know, a few days, less than a few days, Monkey checked in and she said, "Oh yes, of course I've completed all of the courses at school already." Monkey's still catching up to the courses at school. I have only found out recently just how small the PC really is. It's nice, it's nice. Monkey likes small. Arvin is a big tsundere. I could see that. He's a little tsundere. He's kind of more just like an awkward dere though. In Monkey's opinion. He's a little tsundere about it too though. He definitely has the tsun tsun. Hey, no, how monkey are we today? Hello, A-Fox! Welcome! I am Monkey. How are you doing today, A-Fox? Okay, not bad, neighbor. Look at you, winning your first ever battle. First battle ever. You've got even more potential than I thought. That is because I have a power of reincarnation within me. This may be this Null's first Pokemon battle, but it is not the first Pokemon battle for the many reincarnations of Null that came before. The many lives of Null. Back with more of this amazing game. It's a pretty good game, IMO, that I love very much. Oh, are you being sarcastic, A-Fox? I actually do really like this game a lot. Glad you've warmed up to it, A-Fox. Yeah. You're gonna be a strong trainer for sure. Oh, thank you. But now I want to try a different strategy. Let's go again. Just one more battle. My face. Master Na and his Fuecoco are surely weary from that last battle. I like Clavel looking out for us. Sorry. I got kinda caught up in all the excitement. I'm really sorry now. Same to your Fuecoco too. Aw, she's so sweet. She's really excitable, but she really means well. I like that about her. Nemona is the one more game kind of person. Yeah, totally. Endless, boundless energy. Don't worry about it. Let's battle again soon. Don't worry about it, Nemona. Heh, alright. Thanks, Nal. You two seem to be becoming fast friends, though you've only just met. Can I count on you to take your new schoolmate here under your wing, Miss Nemona? Nemona is the best rival in a while, IMO. Oh yeah? You think so? She does seem pretty nice. It's an unusual setup too. They keep playing around with the rival character, which is pretty fun. Like in this case, your rival is not actually a rival in some ways. She's more like... She really is just more like your senpai, to Monkey's opinion. She's someone who's gone before you, but is willing to play teaching games with you, and is excited to watch you progress. Yeah, totally did. Should be Game of the Year. An absolute glitchless masterpiece. Monkey was talking about this earlier, but the glitches in Monkey's opinion, none of them are really deal breakers for Monkey because there are so many other aspects to the game that Monkey enjoys. and so many other choices they made that actually made it a really fun and good game. And so Monkey's pretty satisfied with it. Monkey's used to glitchy games, and games like the original Pokemon, glitches were like features. And so I understand that some people think that a game that's maybe this expensive shouldn't have so many visual glitches. But to Monkey, the rest of the gameplay makes up for it. And I've heard the story is really good too. I've only started to touch the surface of it, but so far it definitely seems more interesting and nuanced. Complicated, maybe not nuanced, but maybe both, than past games. And the world is just a joy to move around in. There are little things here and there that are kind of like little annoyances for Monkey, but nothing that's a deal breaker, except for maybe the memory leak. If that were to get worse, that would be a deal breaker. I've never dealt with it personally myself, but one of my siblings has already. That's something they better patch. But otherwise, it's been alright. People have been comparing her to Goku. I can see it, Mama. Oh, another monkey. Monkey never actually watched Goku, Dragon Ball, so I don't really know. She gives me Dragon Ball vibes. Oh. Hard disagree from half an hour ago. Hop made me feel like a bully. Oh, really? Really? I never finished... Hop was in Sun Moon, right? So I never finished that storyline personally. And so, I don't know, I can't comment on where it went. But Hop reminded me of... Ping Pong the Animation, if you've ever watched that anime. Ping Pong the Animation, the main character, is kind of... One of the cool things about it is the main character's best friend is a lot like Hop. And at first I couldn't really get behind it. But then I started to realize that his best friend, he's the shonen hero. You know, Hop is the shonen hero. More so than myself. And... if any of you have watched the original season of Pokemon, it's like... Sometimes it's okay for the shonen hero to have setbacks, you know? To have a rival who's stronger than him. And even in the very end, to not accomplish his goal right away because he's blocked by his rival. Because he gets stronger for it in the end, you know? So that's the feeling I got from Hop. I didn't feel like a bully, but I can see why you might. The glitches aren't bad, it's the crashes that are a problem. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean by... I guess not everyone knows what a memory leak is, but I hear that that's the cause behind the crashes. Is that there might be a memory leak that they really need to hunt down and patch. That's no good. So I consider that to be an sort of an absolutely unacceptable thing. Is the crashes happening the way they are. Luckily they have autosave, but that doesn't make up for if you were doing something really, really like important and then it crashes. That's no good. So in a game like Pokemon, I think that's kind of unacceptable. If they patch it, it'll be okay, but if they take forever to patch it, that will be kind of not good. But Monkey's been lucky enough to not have to deal with it yet. But I feel really bad for my sibling who dealt with it. Luckily, he wasn't anywhere too important at the time, so it went okay. But yeah, I think, and because it's believed to be a memory leak, there is the mitigation that you just need to, I think, turn off the game and then turn it back on again every once in a while. Is maybe a way to prevent it, but honestly, you shouldn't have to mitigate it. That's something they really ought to fix as soon as possible. And it can be really hard to hunt down a memory leak, but they have, hopefully they're working on it. Personally, haven't found a glitch so far. Really? Occasional frame rate dips, but that's nothing I haven't dealt with before. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Frame rate stuff is kind of funny to Monkey. It doesn't bother me at all. The main glitches I've seen are like clipping through the ground, or sometimes your mount will disappear while you're riding on it, and it looks really funny. But these are things that Monkey wouldn't even think about, actually, if people weren't talking so much about the graphics. Monkey would just take them as part of the game and not even think about it. So yeah, they're not game breakers for Monkey. Oh, sometimes the shadows, they wake out a little bit. That's another thing. All of these things are small enough for Monkey that I would just keep going and not really think about it unless someone pointed it out. I still think Sun and Moon takes the story cake, but this one is definitely up there for story. Oh, interesting. Maybe I should go back and finish Sun Moon. At some point, I think I just started getting a little bit fatigued about the Sun Moon story. But maybe I should go back. It wasn't the story, maybe, just the game itself. I got fatigued. I don't know why, actually. So I never finished it. But this one is definitely up there for story. At the end of the day, I can't hate this game. Why should Game Freak try and make good games? This game sold so gosh darn many copies, more than Sword and Shield. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, A-Fox. I think it is a good game. Hop was in Sword and Shield. Oh! How was Sun and Moon? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm getting myself confused. You know, they were kind of similar characters, weren't they? Now I remember. So I did go through Hop's whole storyline then. I do feel like... Oh, now my brain is starting to sort itself out. I do feel like Hop was the main character. He's the shonen hero in Sword and Shield. He was pretty good. How was okay. Yeah, Sun and Moon, I never finished. Why should Game Freak bother innovating with Pokemon titles or make them polished when they still sell like crazy? Well, A-Fox, I think that... I don't know how many Pokemon games you've played, but this game is extremely innovative with regards to the Pokemon series, in Monkey's opinion. You can disagree. But, first of all, the open world, Monkey was very apprehensive about it to begin with, because breaking away from the original Pokemon formula, Monkey was pretty sure that would make a game that Monkey was no longer interested in. But somehow they were able to incorporate the two in such a way that Monkey's actually been enjoying it quite a lot. This is the first open world game that Monkey's ever played and actually enjoyed. Furthermore, there's no more Pokemon in the tall grass that are hidden. Even in Sword and Shield, they did a mix of Pokemon wandering around and Pokemon in the tall grass. But they decided to scrap that piece of Pokemon that has been in there since the first original game in the series, and just make them completely wandering around in the overworld, which is really nice. A lot of little things, also little quality of life improvements, came with this game in particular over previous games. A lot of things that they did, a lot of choices they did, made the overworld gameplay feel a lot better, such as there's very little that actually takes you away from the overworld. Most menus have turned into overlays instead of switching you to a completely different screen. And in doing so, they cause a lot less interruption in your game and allow for this more freedom of exploration feel to the game. There's a lot of little things here and there, and Monkey really likes little things, I guess. That Monkey thinks was very innovative and helpful, that they did in this game. And aside from the gym challenge, they have these other two challenges, and they have school. You can go to school. There are certain things that Monkey has as personal criticisms, things that I wish they had done differently, or little things that I think they could still improve. But on the whole, my level of enjoyment of the choices that they did make more or less outshines the choices they made that I didn't like. You do get autosave. Even if you have it set to off, you still get backup saves. Oh really? I didn't know they had backup saves. That's good. I don't know how you access them though. I heard that Pokemon doesn't have cloud backup even if you have Nintendo Online. I haven't looked into it, but I heard that it doesn't. So I'm glad they have some sort of backup. Invisible motorcycles are a feature. Prove me wrong. Yeah, you know, I agree. No, what's the word? No opposition from here. Breath of the Wild had a similar problem to that memory leak, I recall. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I guess maybe it's a pervasive... I wonder if it's a Switch problem, like a problem where it's difficult on the Switch in particular? I don't know, but I do understand that some people like playing the same kind of games every year. If you were to buy this game for a young child, sure they would probably love it. There's that too. There's the whole demographic thing, right? A lot of people like to criticize Pokemon for not growing up along with its previous players, its previous consumers, I guess. But I actually kind of like the idea that it's creating a new place for young generations to develop the same nostalgia that the older generations have. And so every generation can feel similarly about this thing together, you know? Which I think is kind of nice. And I actually... I'm definitely one of those people who enjoys that Pokemon... or desires that Pokemon doesn't change much. Because there are very few types of games that Monkey likes. And Monkey likes to always be able to come back and say, you know what? This is great. Monkey likes this a lot, you know? I know I like this, and I can always come back and play the new one and know that I'll like that one too. Because there's really not many other games like it out there for Monkey. There are similar games that are out there that, you know, do different things. But none of them have the same appeal for Monkey. Music at work for listening. Have fun. Oh, hello, Ryder. Welcome. Thank you. My favorite glitch is sometimes upon starting a battle, Pokemon will be polygonal. Really? Oh, I haven't encountered that one. That sounds fun. Potatoes. Oh, thank you, Ryder. Thank you. And I love that. Give me more pointy Pokemon. Give me the pointy Pokemons. Oh, I'm kind of excited to see that one, actually. I haven't seen it yet. Ramona is a group of flowers commonly called baby blue eyes. Oh! That's cute. I don't think she has blue eyes, though. Can't see in this frame. I think her eyes are not blue, though. Chatterino Pinolino. Yeah. I think people just kinda need to draw a line at some point. Pokemon is the highest grossing media of all time. I at least expect a working product that runs smoothly. Maybe my expectations are too high. That is what I think. I think that's understandable, A-Fox. I think everyone in life in general, not just with games, but in life in general, we have our own boundaries and standards and rubrics that we live by. There are certain things that matter to us more than they do to other people. And that's okay. I think that's perfectly fine. I think if the graphics and the frame rate and all of that of this game is something that just gets in the way of you being able to enjoy it, and you really personally feel that that's important, in the same way that Monkey feels the memory leak is very important, right? And you think that's very important to the game itself, it should have been something that they fixed before release. I think that's perfectly valid. You can have that opinion. That makes a lot of sense to Monkey. It's just that I think that if that's the case, then Monkey understands. But I don't think that you should let that color your opinion on other things about the game. Like whether or not it innovates, or whether or not they tried. As far as Monkey can see, it seems like one of those things where they tried really hard, but they had a really strict schedule. Especially coming from the perspective of a bit of a code monkey, I kind of understand that sometimes you get really ambitious with a project. Honestly, any project. You can get really ambitious with a project. And if you have a deadline, sometimes you'll have to make compromises in the end. And the compromises that they made may have been intentional and may not have been. Sometimes this is the kind of thing where, at the end of the day, there's nothing you could have done because the compromise they made was simply because it's a lot harder to get it to run as smoothly as perhaps it should, without sacrificing a lot else, without maybe rewriting from the ground up sometimes. And so they got stuck between a rock and a hard place, and this is what they ended up putting out. But in the little details of the game itself, you can see that, in Monkey's opinion, a lot of love was still thrown into it, you know? You can have a product that comes out unpolished and has some major issues, but it still has a lot of love in it. And a lot of consideration, too. A lot of the things they did really do improve quality of life for the player, if you can get past the graphics. And for Monkey, that's easy. But it doesn't mean it has to be easy for you. That's perfectly valid. But I feel a little bad hearing people say that they didn't care at all simply because they didn't do this one thing, you know? Just because you had different... Just because they failed to do one thing, and they failed to do it to such an extent that for a good chunk of people the game is unplayable, it doesn't mean that they didn't try, you know? That they weren't trying their best and just doing what they could. And I want to be able to appreciate the things that they really were able to put in that were nice and helpful and fun. Even if there are still issues that other people cannot play it for. If that makes sense? Monkey's trying to think of a good analogy, because Monkey likes analogies, but I'm not sure if I have one. So it's a little bit... The only thing that came to mind for Monkey is that if you watch the anime Recreators, in Monkey's opinion, it's a really good anime. And I was recently reminded of it because one of the Anitubers, Giguk, I think, recently did a review of a rewatch of Recreators, and it made Monkey think about how in Recreators, he said on his first watch through, he was in it for the action scenes and he was really hype about that, and he thought there was too much talking, and it was for him it was a pacing issue that he thought was really bad. But in Monkey's opinion, actually, Monkey's the opposite. I can't really follow action scenes very well, and so instead of enjoying them, I just kind of wait for them to be over and then get back to the story. And for Giga, it was the opposite. He would be really hyped for the action scenes, and then when people started talking, he would kind of get bored and tune out and wait for the next action scene. And that's totally fair, but it means we read the anime completely differently. The way we experience it is actually completely opposite. And so Monkey really enjoyed the anime. The ending was a little bit... we both kind of agree on that, but I really enjoyed the anime from first watch through because I like those just standing around talking scenes. I like that kind of thing. Whereas for Giguk, it was on his second watch through where he was like, okay, I get it, I like it now. Except that, you know, he wishes there was still a better balance between the action and talking from his perspective. Whereas from Monkey's perspective, it was a perfect balance. And so, for recreators, we both, in the end, agreed that we liked it a lot. But for anime in general, knowing that we both come to it from these different perspectives, it's very conceivable that, for example, an anime with incredible action, but not enough... Oh, great example, Demon Slayer. Incredible action scenes. And in the first season, lots and lots of character development and story as well. And so Monkey was able to appreciate it, and people who appreciate action sequences were able to appreciate it. But second season, they focused more on the action and a lot less on the characters and their development, and Monkey found myself getting bored with it. A lot of people really enjoyed the second season, and maybe even enjoyed it more than the first season because of all the stops they pulled out with the action. But for Monkey, it was almost unwatchable at some points. Monkey started to be like, oh, this another whole episode of this battle between these two people. Okay, I get it. Where for other people, you know, shonen of the season. And that's the kind of analogy I want to draw here. Is that I don't think Demon Slayer Season 2 was bad because it doesn't have the parts that Monkey likes. You know? That they weren't trying anymore and they gave up on story and plot and decided to just go for action. It's just for Monkey that starts to make it kind of unwatchable. It's just not Monkey's thing. Whereas for other people, say it had gone the other way. Say they had gone full Ghost in the Shell. For those of you who have watched Ghost in the Shell, yes, there's action, but the majority of scenes are just standing around talking. Or sitting around talking. And there's these long sequences of just talking. Monkey would actually maybe enjoy that more. But other people might not, you know? Other people might say, oh my goodness, this is entirely unwatchable. And that's a totally valid thing to say about something that's just not to your taste and you think they didn't put in enough effort. Especially, say, imagine they took all the budget out of the action scenes and they all looked really wonky, right? All of the action scenes got really wonky. Monkey wouldn't care. It would be the same for Monkey. In fact, sometimes wonky action scenes, Monkey will follow a little better. Like, if they're really terrible, Monkey will notice. But maybe I won't care so much so long as the story and characters are good. But other people will say, how in the world could you take a franchise like Demon Slayer that's so wonderful and so built up on this idea of quality and make the action scenes this bad, you know? And a lot of people would feel that way. And it would be super valid too, because a lot of people got into it for the action scenes. But for Monkey, as if they poured a lot of heart and soul into the story, and the action scenes were just really bad, but the story was really good, Monkey would feel bad if people said, oh, they just didn't care. I think they just made a choice, and they made a choice that unfortunately makes it unwatchable or unplayable for certain people. And I would love for it to be universal, because that's what it's trying to do most of all, right? Is Pokemon's trying to be as universal as possible. I feel. But sometimes it can't be, and sometimes it has to make those trade-offs. And Monkey's lucky because the trade-offs they made were all in Monkey's favor. And so it's a little bit of a privileged position for me to say this, but I think even if the trade-offs weren't in Monkey's favor, I would want to give it a fair looking at, as in like Demon Slayer Season 2. At first Monkey was like, thought to myself, oh, this season's not as good as the last season. I'm not really into it. It's not a good season. Is kind of how Monkey was feeling. I was saying they dropped the ball. But then I talked to some of my siblings who love action, and they said the action is on point. It's so good. And that's when Monkey realized that, you know, they did put effort into it. It's just a different game. It's just a different story. It's just a different anime, you know? That's all. I kind of went off on a rant there, but I apologize if if I've said anything that's not good. I hope I didn't. I try not to. I don't want to invalidate the opinions of people who have different preferences and different standards of what they think is acceptable, right? Everyone should be able to set their own boundaries of what they think is acceptable and what they're willing to put up with or what matters to them in general. But I think because of that, because everyone should be allowed to make those decisions, I don't want to talk down on anything that someone else might like, you know? There's a phrase that Monkey learned that kind of stuck with me because it's a cute little phrase. It's called "Don't yuck my yum." I don't think you should ever yuck someone else's yum. Just cause there's a food that you don't like. If someone else really loves it, it feels bad to have someone say, "Oh, yuck," you know? But it doesn't mean you have to say yum to it either. You can say, you know, it's not my thing. I don't really get it, and maybe it makes me feel personally uncomfortable actually to think about eating that food. Like that's really the opposite of tasty to me. But if it's tasty to you, then I think it has value, you know? It's not just completely without value because I personally am turned off by it. Okay, Monkey was Monkey was ranting for too long there. Where was I? Oh my goodness, Monkey is so behind. I'm sorry. Let me try to catch up. I have to say, hundreds of collectible creatures, open world, 4-player co-op. I really like the game personally. Can't think of any game that has these. Oh, interesting. That's a perspective Monkey doesn't have either. I don't know what other games are out there and what they're doing. I just know that, for example, this is the first time where there's just Pokemon everywhere in the world, and it's so wonderful for Monkey. Like the world building that comes from just having those Pokemon wandering around, and the little details they put into it, like how certain Pokemon will come out in herds, and they'll have herds with the babies, and then the adult versions all together, and other Pokemon are more solitary. All of these little things, these are the things that Monkey likes. I'm not familiar enough with games to know on a gameplay innovative level what's innovative, like the 4-player co-op, that sort of thing. But that's cool too. That's an interesting perspective. I think this game is a step in the right direction, but the school element feels disjointed from the main game, and if you aren't catching them, all the world feels a little empty after a while. I see. I can get that too. Monkey's been really, really hyped by just going around catching new Pokemon, exploring the various parts of the world and stuff. For me, that's been really satisfying. But I can see that if you're not into the catching element, then you kind of wonder why this whole big world is here. Though I think it's very beautiful too to just go into the different areas. And the school element. The school element, Monkey doesn't have any major criticisms of. I don't know if I feel like it matches or not, because I haven't completed the plot lines. I've only scratched the surface in a way. But I do have one major criticism of the school plot line, which is, where are my clothes? Where's my fashion? I want to wear more clothes. And the previous games had so much fashion available. I created characters that made me feel just like, oh, this sparks joy, you know? Looked so good. But in this one, you have your 4 choices of uniform. And where Monkey is right now, it's winter, so I'm wearing the winter uniform. But more than that, almost like to rub salt in the wound, right? Because, okay, Monkey understands. Japan is a uniform-based culture. For them, it's very, perhaps, nostalgic to have a character that has to wear a school uniform. Nostalgic for adults, and just reality for children's. Fine. But of all of the accessories, none of them None of them match the uniform. Why would you do this? If you're gonna just let people accessorize, if you're gonna say that accessories are what's gonna make the character unique, and the hair too, why not make them work with the uniform? When Monkey's going through the accessories, I'll see something like gray, blue, orange, the main colors for your uniform, the things that should match your uniform. And you look at them, and they're not the same color. They're that slightly off color, where it wouldn't make sense to wear it with your uniform because it would look like you matched the colors wrong. And I don't understand why you would do that. And a lot of hair, like Monkey's buns, don't really show up with the hats anyway, so there goes the hats. So then Monkey just has gloves and shoes, and since I'm wearing long pants, I can't even play around with the socks. And then there's the backpacks, but none of the backpacks match well with the Scarlet, the Naranja uniform, because none of them have that sort of classic-y look that I like, that goes well with at least this winter one. They match okay with the Uva University uniform, in my opinion. A lot of them match that, but the Naranja, I've not found one that I like more than my default bag. The default bag, though, is really well designed. I do like it. It's just, I want to fashion. So if you don't have autosave, you can go to the main menu and press, if I recall correctly, down XB to access a backup save. Oh, that's nice. That's wonderful. For me, Pokemon games were pretty much the same till Arceus. Arceus is different. I don't consider it a mainline game. It's a little bit more like one of the side games, like Let's Go or Pokemon Snap, that sort of thing, in Monkey's opinion. That game was a step in the right direction, but far from perfect. This game, to me, felt like 10 steps back from that, on top of the glitches. I can see what you mean, because Arceus took it in a step away from the JRPG format, right? And it sounds like you're not the hugest fan of the JRPG format. You prefer more action games like Arceus. And that makes sense. And maybe in the future they will have more action games. But for Monkey never even played Arceus, never even considered buying it because it was too many steps away from what Monkey found to be the charm of the game. It's that same sort of thing that Monkey... This is in some ways very similar to what Monkey was talking about in terms of the anime. Action doesn't really draw Monkey, and in fact makes something that Monkey might otherwise love into something that Monkey might just put down and no longer be interested in. And so, I appreciate the mainline games still trying to stick to that feel, that really accessible to any age sort of feel. Whereas I think it's great and wonderful for sideline games to appeal to various niche, not niche audiences I guess, but to various other audiences and game players, like the fact that Pokemon Snap and Pokemon Arceus are both sideline games but completely different is really cool. One is like, you know, more simple mechanics, and one is more complex mechanics, right? I think that's really cool. But I like the main lines to remain something that Monkey personally can come back and say, you know, I like this, and I will always have this that I can come back to. And that's, you know, obviously that's very selfish of Monkey, that I want it to stay something that Monkey can enjoy. But that's how it feels for Monkey. I like Pokemon being the same. It's a comfort in consistency. Yeah, exactly. For Monkey at least. And also, I love the idea of new generations falling in love with Pokemon the same way that Monkey did originally, you know? If it changes too much, then it no longer becomes accessible to the younger generations, right? Because no matter what, you had to start somewhere. Most other Switch games have a good gameplay without glitches, and Nintendo have more money than God. The criticism stands. I can agree and disagree with that, I think. Mongoose, I agree that Nintendo has the place and money to create games that don't have glitches. However, I will say that it's a common misunderstanding of the software development industry, in Monkey's opinion, that more money means you'll get something better. In some ways, there's a ceiling that's talked about a lot in software, where throwing more people at the problem does not make things better, it starts to make things worse. I don't know a great analogy for it. But I guess it's kind of like... What's a good example? Say you're sewing a dress. I don't know. Are people familiar with sewing? What is something people would be familiar with? Playing a game of soccer. The World Cup just happened. Soccer or football in most of the world. You know, say you're playing an informal game of soccer. Having more people on your team obviously helps. But after a certain amount of time, you just start to get in each other's ways, because there's only one ball. Eventually, there's only one ball. And so, most people are just gonna be standing around doing nothing and kind of blocking you from doing things. And this happens with software. So the way to correct it is not always spending more money, which in business terms is a euphemistic way of saying hiring more people. And instead, you want to spend more money by, say, taking more time, having those people hired for longer. And the thing about that is that Pokemon is in this really unique space where if they hadn't released a mainline game, that would also be a big issue, right? People might consider that unacceptable. And so they had to make that call. They had to make that call whether to release this game when it's not yet polished, or to delay. And especially when you're in the realm of trying to create things that also appeal to children, delaying is not great. Delaying is not great. A lot of Monkey's friends who are actually in game dev and so have the inside view on like how much work this type of thing takes. Some of them have said this is a wonderful game that needed another year of development, basically, to work out all those kinks. But the problem is, delaying by 1 year, not having Pokemon released for 1 year, means that there's a 10-year-old out there who doesn't start playing Pokemon at 10. That they won't get to play Pokemon until they're 11. And that's a big difference. Or like the younger you get, the more the years matter, right? The difference between a 7-year-old and an 8-year-old. An 8-year-old and a 9-year-old. There'll be this gap where they didn't get to play it. And that feels sad. For Monkey, that feels sad. And obviously, also cuts into revenue. And if they're gonna spend more money, they need more revenue, right? They need to keep the machine working. And if they lose a year of people because of this, those are people who in the future will have different feelings towards it, right? So I think they made that choice from a corporate perspective. Monkey's not sure I agree with that corporate perspective or not, but I can kind of see where it would come from, why they give themselves this strict schedule. And especially this past year, which I believe has been part of their anniversary celebration. They've been doing so many things and honestly probably just had too much going on and they kind of bit off more than they could chew. But that's another thing you can't delay, right? You can't say, we're having our anniversary, but next year. I mean, you can. That is a choice. And it's a choice that a lot of people made for a lot of things, actually. What with COVIDs and stuff going on. But it's a choice they didn't want to have to make, I think. And I can understand that. I'm happy to have this game now. Like, this is very important for Monkey to have this game now, rather than in a polished form. I don't know where I'll be in a year. But right now, I'm really glad to have it. I think that Pokemon just has so much potential, but I am just disappointed that it doesn't hit the mark. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's just not what you're looking for right now, and that happens. Monkey understands in some ways too, because it's not the same. I'm not gonna say it's the same, but I feel I can somewhat relate, because there was a time where Monkey stopped playing Pokemon so much. I played a lot of the early games, and then somewhere in the middle I fell off, and then I came back more recently. And so some of the middle games, I think at least one of them I didn't play at all. And then a lot of them I didn't finish. And it just wasn't really hitting with me where I was at that time in my life. It just wasn't what I was looking for. Felt like the same thing over again, I guess, maybe, or it just wasn't a thing. And I liked Pokemon, but I just wasn't getting into the games. But actually, looking back, sometimes it is also just where you are in your life. I don't know which of the games in the past were good or bad, because I didn't play them. But looking back, there's definitely some where I think, maybe I should give it a chance. Maybe I will enjoy it if I play it this time. And maybe I won't. Maybe they really did drop the ball that year. But, next one then. Also, I know I'm saying they're on a yearly schedule. I don't know if that's actually true. That's kind of just Monkey's example. Again, Monkey's terrible with numbers and time. So if that's not the schedule they release on, just adjust accordingly. If they release on like a 2-year schedule, for example, just take what Monkey said and say it on that. And 2 years is even a bigger difference, I guess. But I don't know. So what's up with all the news going on with this new Pokemon? It looks good. Oh, hello Shaman Blade. Welcome. Yeah, I guess we're talking about that right now. Monkey really likes it. Some of my siblings really like it. It really hit the things that they were looking for. But there's also a lot of people out there who don't like it, and it's not hitting what they were looking for. And so, I think there's controversy. But a lot of people around Monkey seem to think that it's a really good game that just could use some more polish in terms of things like graphics. Graphics mainly, I think. Frame rate? Things that Monkey doesn't really know the words for. I think actually the graphics are quite wonderful. I love the world. And yeah, I like it. Pokemon are cute. So the thing here is, Nintendo doesn't have a huge say on Pokemon. The primary driving force behind it is the Pokemon Company. Nintendo will delay games. Pokemon Company won't. Ah, that's a great distinction, Murky Water. That's a good point too, because for example, Nintendo did delay Animal Crossing. But a lot of people believe that some of the issues with this game that people have was due to something that in the industry they like to call development hell. Which is kind of because there are so many different stakeholders, they call them. So many people who are in charge of like, no, the game has to be like this. No, the game has to have that. That it shows some evidence of trying to make a really good game, but also having, as they call it, too many cooks. Saying, no, you gotta change this. And so the scope became so large that you end up with issues like the graphics issue. For example, the issues that it has, as far as Monkey has seen, are mainly optimization issues, which are really, really difficult to deal with, because optimization issues, sometimes you can do it after the fact, and sometimes the engine you built it on was just not built to do this, and this is what you get. And they're really just difficult to deal with. So I can see why that's how it came out. Whereas the story and the details and the gameplay, I think they're all quite good. It's the optimization issues, the memory leaks, the loading time, the graphics clipping and loading and that sort of thing that shows how much they must have actually had to struggle to get this all to work together. And it is ambitious, an open world with all these Pokemon running around. I think. And yeah, Pokemon Company, definitely. If you think about it, Pokemon Company has become a little bit like Disney or other industries where it's not just about the games anymore. Like Disney's not just about the movies anymore. There's so many other things they're trying to balance with. Like, if this game came out too late, then it wouldn't match up with the anime release schedule, right? Or the manga release schedule. Or the merch release schedule. There's so many people counting on this game coming out at the right time that it would feel a little bit sad. Like, imagine you were doing a group project at school and you were doing your very best to create something wonderful. But you started to realize all the things you needed to put in it, it wasn't gonna be the polished thing that you want in time for the deadline. But all of your group mates are counting on you to meet that deadline because this is their project too. And they want the project to be done. Otherwise, their pieces aren't gonna mean anything without yours. Or they're not gonna mean as much. Or if yours comes out later, the project feels disjointed, right? So in the end, deadlines and things like that become very important. And for Monkey, I'm glad they stayed ambitious and they did all the things that they did do with this game. It's one reason why Monkey's like, okay, fine, you don't have to do the fashion. I get it. You don't have to do the fashion. That would be a whole nother thing to throw into your piece of the project that would make it take even longer and make things maybe run even slower. But they made that decision, you know? And that I can be okay with because the game came out at the time it came out and that's what they wanted to do, you know? Maybe they almost did go with more fashion but decided that they would not make the release date if they did that. And I feel like there's very few features that they added in this game that I wish that they hadn't put in. That I'd be like feeling personally that I'll take a game that runs smoother if you take out this piece of the game. Monkey doesn't feel that way about anything, so for Monkey they made maybe the right trade-offs. But again, I don't know, maybe a lot more people would like it if they had made a different trade-off. It's hard to say. I don't know how much they would have had to trade off either. How much development time would they have had to go into to fix these issues? Like I said, some people I know are saying maybe about a year. Years lost. But that could be quite a lot of the gameplay then. Maybe there would be no story, you know? They can't pay their writers. Or they have to scrap half the story for it. There's no Titans. No more Titans. But the graphics are beautiful. I don't know. I don't know how Monkey would feel in that trade-off. Monkey too wholesome? No, just Monkey. Just Monkey. And it's all just my opinion, you know? I don't... Again, I want to reiterate, like, if you have a different opinion, I think that's totally valid. In Monkey's opinion, the best thing is for everyone to understand their own opinions are valid, but also that the opinions of others are valid. That's all. Yo, Recreators is really good. That opening and ending song is great. Oh, I need to go back and rewatch the opening and ending. I don't remember too well anymore, to be honest. But it touched something in Monkey, this story. As someone who loves stories and creating stories and consuming stories and the way that characters take life when they enter the real world and playing around with character tropes and seeing what they would be like in reality and so many things about Recreators really were exactly what Monkey likes. It was fun. Mama no watches Giga. Makes me happy. Am I Mama no now? I watch Giguk sometimes. He's pretty fun. Hello. Fold up rugs. Welcome to the TST Club. A good action scene should drive the story forward. I don't disagree, Murky Water, but a lot of people have different feelings on what that means, I guess. In Monkey's opinion, I can't really follow action scenes very much in general. So for Monkey, if the action scenes were about as involved as a Pokemon battle, that would probably be enough for Monkey. A lot of the tension and cool tricks and things they pull with action scenes, Monkey just doesn't get. It's not something that my brain wraps itself around very well. And so I just miss all of that. But I get the outcome, you know? I get the vague feeling like, oh, I guess this was a difficult battle, I guess. But it just doesn't resonate with Monkey. Whereas for other people, speaking through the action, through the fights, through the interaction of the back and forth and the framing and the cool moves and all of that, is really what helps inform the story and where it's going and stuff. That's not something that Monkey has a real easy time with, but it's valuable for other people, right? So I get it. And sometimes part of the story is just hype. Not everything in a story has to drive the plot forward. Monkey has this opinion because I like slice of life, right? I'm very familiar with the idea that story doesn't need story to be good. If that makes sense. Sometimes it's just gotta be enjoyable in some other way. So I totally get that there's gonna be media that focuses purely on the spectacle of the action more than creating an interesting story. Because there's other media that focuses purely on spectacles that Monkey can see and understand and jive with, and sacrifice a story where Monkey loves it. So it's not that Monkey thinks action is lazy or bad. It's just that it doesn't resonate with Monkey, but it resonates with other people, and that's good too. I don't want to come off as this snobby. I think everything you are saying is true, but I try to love every game I play. When I spend £60 on a game, that is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. I don't disagree with you, A-Fox. If you're not loving the game and it's £60, returning it is totally valid, and I'm glad, I love that that's a thing that people can do these days. That you can decide, you know what, I'm not loving this game, so I'm not gonna play it. I think that's fine. You don't have to love every game that comes out. But if you love every game that you play, that's wonderful. I just think that it's even if you don't love it, if it's not something that you can love, I think that if other people love it, that's great too, right? It's like love in real life. You don't have to love everyone, but it'd be nice if everyone could be loved, right? If that makes sense. It's not your duty to love everyone, but it would be nice if everyone could feel loved. For kids does not mean for babies. As soon as they started giving your rival the weaker starter, it was going against the whole point of overcoming a challenge to grow. I don't disagree with you there either, Mongoose. And I think that's why they've been playing it around with it in general, trying to find a good balance. There was the mainline game where they gave you two rivals, right? Where one took the harder Pokemon and one took the easier Pokemon. And I agree that it makes it, for the people who came into Pokemon loving the fact that it was difficult, that the battles were difficult and chunky, the games probably have lost quite a lot for them in that regard. It's not a difficult game unless you make it a difficult game. It's not a difficult game by default like it used to be. But when monkeys first started playing Pokemon, the difficulty was a little bit frustrating actually. I was a bit of a baby monkey when I first started playing. And so, while I wouldn't change that experience for the world, because that's the experience Monkey had, and so I now feel it feels very personal to Monkey. I can see that opening it up to being more accessible to a younger audience than it was originally intended for, can be nice too, because Monkey started playing at a younger age than the original game was intended for, I think. Only a little bit. But some of my even younger siblings, definitely started playing so young that they needed assistance. For me, but mostly from my older siblings, actually helped them out a lot in order to get through things. Whereas I was struggling, but I struggled on my own. And my older siblings, who were more the right age for it, they just figured it out and they could get it done. I only asked for help a little bit here and there, but they could do it all on their own. And so, it really depends, I guess. It's hard to say how much of a challenge should Pokemon be? Is a very personal feeling, a very personal opinion, right? It's such a big franchise that means so much to so many people now. It makes sense that we all have our opinions on what we want it to look like. But in the end, unless we are a part of the team, it's kind of out of our hands, and we gotta just like see and appreciate what the team's trying and see if it works, you know? If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. For example, in this one, they do an interesting thing where they make Nemona intentionally choose the weaker Pokemon, but you know from the story that she is stronger than you, right? And they kind of gradually up her level that way. I still don't think they've made it very difficult, but Monkey's also gotten better at the game than I was when I was a baby monkey. I learned to just attack, basically. As a baby monkey, I was throwing out all these different attacks and defense moves and sometimes fainting and stuff like that. Monkey's gone the straightforward, I'm just gonna attack. And that works for Monkey, because Monkey doesn't want complex combat. But the people who want complex combat, they find their own ways to do it. Unfortunately, not through the rival, which can kind of hurt the feeling of the story for some people. But they find ways. Monkey's getting distracted again. Somewhat unrelated, but that was one of my concerts with a manga named Vinland Saga. Ah! Vinland Saga! I know of it. I have also watched the recent anime adaptation of it. Vinland Saga. It places a good amount of emphasis on action in the beginning, but pulls the brakes partway through. The arc that is less action-focused is one of my favorite in the series, but I have heard complaints that people wanted to get back to the fights. Yeah! That's a wonderful example, Shatter. You know, it's probably one of the reasons why I also enjoyed the Vinland Saga anime, is that they paced it in such a way that a lot of the character development and stuff was happening rather than the action-y stuff. And that's how Monkey feels. Is like, oh, I love this. I love when manga take that kind of turn. But you know, not everyone does. Manga probably are very susceptible to this because they're serialized, and so they can pivot at any point from one thing to another. One like infamous example that Monkey remembers is Katekyo Hitman Reborn. I never actually read it, but I had friends who did, and it pivots. It starts out trying to be a comedy, and then turns into an action drama shonen. Sometimes that happens, and sometimes you miss the thing that it started as. Monkey's had that kind of thing happen where a manga I really enjoyed pivots. Or worse yet, the pilot of a manga comes out and you're like, oh, I love this so much. But then when the actual series gets approved, it's completely different. Or at least, not completely different, but some of the things that attracted it to you, that was charming for it, are different. It happens. It also happens in the other way. Monkey has read manga that I very much enjoyed, and then read the pilot, and the pilot I couldn't get into. So yeah, it definitely happens, and it's unfortunate that when it's within the same story, right? Within the same franchise or story or that sort of thing, it can kind of give you whiplash if you loved the original but you're not into the new version. It can kind of make you sad and feel like you've lost something. And since not everything's for everyone, anything that's long running like that, I think there's gonna be plenty of people. There's always gonna be people who feel that way, that the new changes are taking it in the wrong direction. If Pokemon went in the direction of Legends of Arceus, that's what Monkey was afraid of, honestly, with this game. That Pokemon mainline games were all gonna take a turn in the direction of Arceus. Monkey would be disappointed. I'd be really sad. I'd say, you know, great for everyone who likes that kind of game, but Monkey has lost something, you know? And that's sad. But it's still a choice they could make, you know? It's hard when this nostalgia, this relationship belongs to everyone who's ever developed a relationship with this media, right? It's weird that Pokemon Company doesn't tap the Nintendo resources. Some of the Xenoblade crew worked on this, but you can't tell at all. Oh, I don't know much about that, but doesn't that mean that they did tap into the Nintendo resources? Linking it back to your argument, the amount this game has sold tells the higher-ups that we don't need a lot of time to make good games, and it is restricting the developers. I see what you mean. That I can agree with, AFox, is that the numbers of this game, by pure capitalism, are telling the developers that this is the amount of polish, or a lack of polish, that consumers are willing to take on average. Not everyone, and in fact, for the first time ever, I hear, Nintendo is offering full refunds to people who just aren't into the game beyond the typical trial period. This is what I've heard. I haven't confirmed, so I apologize if I say something wrong. But it means that I think that they're seeing the criticisms, but they're also seeing that the response, what the response is. And if you look solely at the numbers, it looks like a raw approval of everything, right? But the hope is they're looking into the nuance as well. That people love this game, but even the people who love this game, most of the opinions I've seen start out with the caveat, yes, it's not polished enough. Yes, we think it should be more polished. But, so, with that in mind, Monkey hopes, I don't know if this is true or not, Monkey hopes that the creators are feeling that in a way that's not purely capitalist, right? Because in Monkey's opinion, money doesn't tell you the true value of something, right? Just because people are willing to pay for something doesn't mean that it's valuable, right? You can't... it's a metric that helps you determine, like, is this reaching people? And it is reaching a lot of people. But it doesn't tell you that everything you did was good, right? Or even that it has value. And so... I've noticed in general that Japanese companies seem a lot less tied down to this capitalist ideal of as long as it makes money, then that's what's important. They seem to have a little bit more wiggle room for caring about things like, but is the thing we're making actually good? Is it something that people actually enjoy? And I think they do try to put effort into that, and they do see the value in that outside of the raw capitalism. So, while this does tell a clear lesson that yes, you can still make money if it's not polished enough, I feel like there's also that personal feeling that I might have, depending on who's in charge, right? But say you were in charge of Pokemon. You have this personal feeling where the thing you put out that you were really worried about because you had to make all these compromises on, if you're a creator, you might kind of get it, right? You put something out, it wasn't perfect, but you had to get it out there. And the reception is... people are buying it, but people are also criticizing the exact things that you know are wrong with it. Then hopefully that means that next time around, you'll figure out how to make that better. Maybe it won't be the next time around, but over time, you'll figure out how to make that better. And so, I agree that it does feel like, in some ways, a success story in that they didn't have to extend the deadline to put out something that people like. But hopefully, while they can take away that lesson, which is a decent lesson in and of itself, maybe it is true, maybe that is where the true value lies in terms of reaching the most people, as opposed to pleasing everyone. But they can take that away and hopefully also take away that next time they need to be a little less ambitious. And if they're a little less ambitious, maybe they'll have more polish. Maybe they'll just go back to the idea of no, ambition is more important than polish because people like the ambitious parts of this game. I don't know. We'll have to see what they take away from it. But I hope that it's not so binary that they're like, numbers say good, we're gonna make more of this, you know? I don't know enough about it to say where I think they will take it. I don't have that kind of predictive ability because I don't know much about the creators or the company or the forces behind it all. But I have some hope that that's not the only lesson they're taking away from this. That polish is unimportant. I don't think that's necessarily something that has to be the only or the biggest lesson they take from the popularity of this game. In fact, it's perhaps rather than saying that polish is unimportant, hopefully what they take away is some of the things they changed in this game to try to improve it are such massive improvements that people are willing to put up with the lack of polish because of these elements. Next time around, these elements will no longer be new, so people will be wanting more polish, you know? That kind of feeling. But that it's moving in the right direction from the other elements' point of view. I think it depends entirely on what they are talking about. If it's a dull subject or presented in a dull way, of course people will prefer the fights. But what's a dull subject, Mongoose? Monkey! Monkey feels like I'm full of dull subjects. You know how much Monkey likes to talk. Like right now, we've just finished defeating Nemona and now Monkey can't even finish the dialogue with her because I'm so distracted by talking about things. And you know, maybe some of you right now are enjoying this talk about the idea of like what makes a good game, what makes a good Pokemon game, that sort of thing. Maybe some of you find it dull. Monkey also talks about food and linguistics and philosophy and animals and all sorts of things. All sorts of things that Monkey's pretty sure a lot of people find dull. Pretty sure a lot of people tune Monkey out when I start talking at length like this. But Monkey enjoys it. So someone enjoys it. Someone out there enjoys it. Somehow you guys are all here. I don't know why y'all here. I assume at least some of you actually enjoy the ramblings that Monkey goes off on for some unbeknownst reason, some unknown, inexplicable reason. Some of y'all have stuck with Monkey despite all of my tangents and weird topics. But certainly, Monkey is not everyone's VTuber, you know? There's a lot of VTubers out there who make way more interesting content, way more universally interesting content than Monkey. I mean, just look at like the big stars of Hololive and Nijisanji, the ones who are especially prominent, for example. Kiryu Koko, Ha-chama, Marine, Marin. Housho Marin. They're completely different from Monkey. Amongst the English speakers too. If you look at the really big English-speaking VTubers, none of them are really Monkey-like. Most of them don't talk as much as Monkey, and they don't talk about the same things as Monkey. And they're a lot more interesting, in Monkey's opinion, to a general audience. They're humorful, they're entertaining, they're entertainers. Whereas Monkey, I still honestly don't understand why any of you stick with me. I think I'm incredibly dull, and I'm interested in incredibly dull things. But somehow you'll all stick with me, even if I'm talking about things like grammar, or the difference between ah and ah. Or pitch and whatever else Monkey talks about. Who knows? Monkey talks about all sorts of things. Food. I talk a lot about food. Tea. Does anyone even care about tea? I don't know. Monkey talks a lot about tea. There are all these things that Monkey feels like I talk about dull subjects. And I talk about them in a dull way. Listen to me just rambling right now. I don't know if this is very engaging. So, in some ways, I think it really depends on the person, right? And in some ways, I really think there are people out there who prefer the fights over the story, hands down. Like, if an anime came out where it was like pure sakuga, like top of class sakuga, all the way across of just fighting, without much story, people would still enjoy it. There would be people who love it and would say this is their anime of the season. This is what they're in it for. This is what they love. And I think that's valid. Even if there's no story, the characters are flat. I bet there's anime like that out there, just the spectacle anime. And if that's what you're in it for, that's just as valid as being into anime for the story and the character development and all of that stuff. It's just what you like. I don't want to ruin your enjoyment of the game. Enjoy what you want. I won't stop you. But I think it is important that we recognize the flaws in the things we love. That's something I definitely agree with, A-Fox. I definitely agree with. And luckily enough, I think I enjoy this game enough that the criticisms don't make me stop enjoying the game. They just make me feel a little bit lonely sometimes, I guess. Because with such loud criticisms, it can be hard to find a place where Monkey can talk about just how much I love the game and not feel like I have to justify that I love the game, you know? And want to bask in that feeling of enjoying something I love with someone else rather than just hearing criticisms about it. But I still do love the game itself. But recognizing the flaws in the things we love is something I can definitely be all for. I think trying to make something seem like it has no flaws is ignoring the fact that in life there are flaws, and flaws are not a problem, in Monkey's opinion. Some people will say that flaws are what make life beautiful. Monkey's not sure if I share that opinion or not, though if you have that opinion, then that's wonderful too. But just, flaws are what makes something real, I guess. It takes something from being a fantasy, just something that you objectify in your mind as some sort of fantasy, idealized outside of the real world, into something that's real, and that you can talk about in a level-headed way without letting your love for it prevent you from accepting what it truly is, in a way. And Monkey is all about that, accepting things for what they truly are. Again, this is a very Monkey opinion. I don't think everyone has to feel this way. I think it's totally fine if, when you love something, you love that feeling, that sort of first love, passionate, romantic love feeling of, no, it doesn't matter. There might be flaws, but I hardly see them because to me, I love it so much, right? And there is a bit of that, I will admit it. That's a part of Monkey's reality. But this, being able to see the flaws, I definitely agree is important. I just don't want to fixate so much on the flaws that it does ruin my enjoyment, right? Like I was mentioning, the fashion game in Pokemon is really down. How do you say that? They're not on their A game with the fashion in this particular game. In terms of accessories matching what clothing you have available, having more clothing available in general. This is something they had in older games, and Monkey really enjoyed when they started introducing it. And the last game was perfect for Monkey. I found so many outfits that I just love. But this game goes back to like almost a bare minimum of fashion, which is fine. And it does let you customize your character right off the bat, which is nice. But Monkey wishes there was more, right? So that's a criticism of a missing feature, right? And Monkey has other criticisms too, like getting caught in corners! Let's not get caught in corners! And the memory leak, I think that is really, really not acceptable. Acceptable enough that I'll keep playing the game, but if they don't fix it, that is unacceptable just for a company, period, in Nintendo and Pokemon Center's... Pokemon Company's position. I think that is unacceptable. And then there's little things that Monkey wishes they changed, like having the Pokemon keep up with you when you run, or having the Pokemon. And this is a game engine limitation thing, I'm sure. And so I criticize it, and I wish it was better, but I'll deal with it because I love the game. Sometimes when you see a Pokemon, I think if you get too far away from it, it despawns. So if you really want to catch it, you need to go for it right now. And that is really, really anxiety building for Monkey. If you see a Pokemon you want, that's like special, right? Like it's shiny, or it's it's rare. If you don't catch it, you don't catch it. And if you don't catch it because you accidentally walked too far in the other direction, oh, that hurts. So I have criticisms, but I'm glad. For me personally, I'm lucky that my criticisms don't stop me from enjoying the game. But I do think it's important to acknowledge them. In fact, in some ways, one reason Monkey doesn't like the fact that people criticize the game as completely without worth, without value, is because it means that Monkey has to take the stance of trying to prove that the game has value, instead of being able to talk about the game in a way that feels more true to Monkey, which is, there are parts of it that I love, and there's parts of it that I wish they changed. But I feel like if I talk about the parts that I wish they changed, I start feeding into this atmosphere of negativity. And so I need to like wipe the plate clean first and say, no, it's not a game without value. It does have value. And these are the parts that I value, and these are the parts that I wish would change, you know? I think seeing it too black and white from either perspective, as either an incredible game so you can't see the flaws, or a terrible game so you can't see the nice parts of it, they both wash out your ability to see the little bits that are good and the little bits that are bad. And yeah, Monkey values that a lot. Being able to see the flaws in the things that you like, and also being able to see the good things in the things that you don't like. Dragon Ball Super is an odd example. Oh! The fighting looks cleaner, but flows the same as ever, and the plot is more a mess than ever. Oh, interesting. I don't know much about it. So what's your take on that, Mongoose? With those particular changes? For example, I watch a lot of game critics, my favorite being Video Game Donkey. I might have heard of them? Why? Because I hate all of his reviews, and I'd agree with nearly all of them. I hate all of his reviews, and I'd agree with nearly all of them. I love watching his vids. Wait, you agree or disagree? I'm so sad at the lack of outfit customization, right? Right though? Monkey's willing to put up with it, and I've made myself okay with it by saying it's a school setting. School uniforms are nice. There's a nostalgia to it, to wearing school uniforms. I'll just be okay with it. But I wanted to wear fashion. That's one thing I really enjoyed in Sword and Shield. Every time I finish a big game, I always see what he has said, and it gives me a new interesting perspective on the game. Ah, yeah, that's true. It's nice to hear perspectives that are not your own, right? That is not nostalgia. I hated wearing them. Uniforms, huh? You hated them? Monkey has always liked uniforms personally, but maybe I got lucky in terms of my experience with uniforms. 'Cause Monkey... Let me think. Monkey has never been required to wear a uniform. 'Cause I went to, you know, all of my primary schooling on Flower Fruit Mountain, right? Monkeys don't wear clothes in general, so they didn't really care too much if you wore anything or not and what you wore. It was very loose. And so my only encounter with uniforms has been in very specific contexts, like certain camps or groups that I was a part of. from my personal experience with uniforms. And so I've always had a positive association with them in a way, even though I haven't had a personal association with them. There was a time when Baby Monkey was like, oh, I wish they did more uniforms around here, because uniforms look really cool. And I like the way they look. But at the same time, Monkey was able to exercise my freedom in terms of my own personal appearance and how I wanted to look. And so I never had to deal with the... not just the lack of individuality that some people feel when they wear uniforms. Monkey can like that, but also, depending on where you are in your... how you feel, I can see also hating that. Nowadays, looking back, Monkey would probably prefer not to ever have to wear a uniform, I guess. Because Monkey is into fashion, and I've become more and more into fashion over time, and so not being able to express my individuality as much is frustrating, like in this game. But some people really love uniforms, right? Some people go to a particular school because they love the uniform. And some people appreciate the not having to worry so much about what to wear and that sort of thing. And also having that clear association with your school. There's a little bit of a pride, I guess, is how some people say it. But it's more of like a good feeling towards your in-group sort of thing sometimes. And so I think for a lot of people, uniforms are something they hate. And for a lot of people, uniforms are something that they love. And so in this game, even though Monkey would rather not have a uniform, I'm trying to see the positives of it, you know? That sometimes it is nice to have a uniform. Monkey's not worrying about spending too much money on clothes, for example. Whereas in the previous games, maybe Monkey ran out of money for potions. Nowadays, I'm using my potions a lot more liberally than I did in the past. Probably because I have more money. Not playing the fashion as much. And I know this is gonna be sort of a controversial opinion, in that some people will agree and some people might not. But I like the fact that you look like a faceless student. That you're just like every other student. And imagining that when you're out in the field and you come up against a new trainer and it says, so-and-so the student, like Nemona the student. I like to imagine that they're getting a pop-up saying, now the student. And we're all students together. And it's got this beautiful community feeling to it. I can now be just like all the other NPCs. In fact, it weirds me out when the NPCs know who I am. I'm like, no, I'm just a faceless student. Don't mind me. I'm not the main character here. I'm just one of you. All of us looking for our treasure. Oh, so many tangents. Let me get back to the... Oh my goodness. Are we overtime as well? We look a lot overtime. We look a lot overtime. I'll try my best to catch up. At the very least, let's close out this dialogue before I sign off, because I think we have to in order to save anyway. But let me try and get back to chat. Or catch up to chat, I guess. Ooh, I look pretty darn behind. I'll try not to go on tangents at least that are repeating what I've already said. Where was that? If I could at least change my uniform colors. Oh, but color is what ties you to the uniform. I agree, but I don't disagree. But would you really be La Naranja Academy if you didn't have this obnoxious orange uniform? You know what I mean? At AFox, you through Game of War yet? Really want to pick your brain about it. AFox has a lot of interesting opinions about games. I haven't finished it yet, but I think the game is really good. Probably my top 5 favorite games this year. Wow! The combat is an improvement and the story is amazing. but I don't think as good as 2018. Whoa. You know, A-Fox, it is really cool how much you know about games, and so you can analyze them in a way that Monkey just doesn't understand, to be honest. However, I'm kind of biased about the story, since sadly I got spoiled on one thing. Oh! I'll just say that, but if you have played it, you'll know what I mean. I see. No, Clavel has said the same thing for half an hour. I think we are dragging this out too long. Poor Clavel! Poor Clavel. Clavel is the new Nook. He means well and he's trying to help us out, but Monkey just leaves him staring and saying a single thing for a very long time. I'm sorry, Clavel. This is what Monkey means by... Monkey's not sure that Monkey isn't saying dull things in a dull way. I'm pretty sure that's all that Monkey does. Oh, but thanks for sticking with me regardless. Because I do have fun talking. Oh boy, but I am way too behind. Alright, let's see. That twist would have been so much better if it wasn't spoiled for me. Makes sense. A lot of times twists are like that. Some twists are incredible where even if you know the twist, it's still good. But some, they just gotta hit you at the right moment or else it fizzles. Time is unfortunately the best solution with game development. It does seem to be the case. Time and good management. Good management is really undervalued sometimes. But you can have all the time in the world. But if you let that turn into scope creep, then you come out with something bad. I have so many tangents I want to go off on here, examples and stuff, but I think I'm gonna reel it in and not get too deep into this. Time is important. Time is certainly important. There are other important aspects, but it's a good thing to remember. At A-Fox. Oof, that sucks. Yeah, I'm sorry you got spoiled. Oh yeah, that does remind me, I'm not gonna play any more games this year, so let me hit y'all with my top 10 for this year. Oh! I guess we are coming up on... It's December already next stream, right? Oh my goodness. Speaking of keeping Clavel waiting, say no, how are we on time today? Thank you, Shatter! I know your warning actually came a lot earlier. We're a little flexible, but I should close out as soon as possible at this point. Now that we're so far over time. I do have some things that I need to get done this week. They're not things that I have to do at a particular time, but they need to be... or rather, there's not a particular time today that I need to start them. But they need to get done, and that's the problem. For context, I always do this with my friends. Feel free to join in. I will rank my top 10 games that I have played this year, not come out, since I want to give credit to older games as well as new. Oh, that's nice, A-Fox. That's nice. And it's kind of like a fun year in review thing, right? To think about the things you've played this year and the things that have brought you joy this year. That's wonderful. Is Monkey a software engineer? Condolences if you are. I am a software engineer. Condolences! Oh dear, oh dear. Well, Monkey is just a monkey, but I am a code monkey, so I do have some experience with writing software. Both from a student perspective and also from a professional perspective, I suppose. I do have some experience with that. 10. Sifu. There's a game called Sifu? That's cool. 9. Cult of the Lamb. Oh, I remember that one. It's very cute looking. 8. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Oh, I don't know that one. 7. Demon Souls Remake. Oh. 6. Hymesia. I haven't heard of that either. 5. God of War Ragnarok. That's cool. That's really cool. I still need to convince my bro to finish playing God of Dad with me. Not with me, in front of me. Or not God of Dad. Dad of Boy. That's what it is. I want to see it. 4. Shadow of the Colossus Remake. Oh, that sounds familiar. Last of Us remake. Oh! Monkey really enjoyed the original Last of Us. If you really enjoyed Last of Us remake, that's really cool too. I'm guessing you played the original as well. 2. Omori. Oh, Monkey really wants to play Omori. I'm planning to maybe play it on stream at some point. I really, really want to play it because that sort of dark vibe... that sort of dark vibe is something that Monkey's into, I guess. And 1. Elden Ring. Oh yeah, Elden Ring was really big, wasn't it? I almost forgot because it's not really Monkey's sort of game, but it was really big. That's cool, that's cool. Let me know what you guys think. I need to catch up on Ratchet and Clank lore. Oh, is it a big game? Oh, speaking of lore, I guess Strive was also this year. I don't know if you're into fighting games, A-Fox. I hear Strive is quite good. Only just noticed, but a lot of remakes. Oh, but yeah. It's true, it's true. Omori being high up on the list might be a storm and a teacup. A storm and a teacup. What does that mean? I know it's a flawed game, but the story was so profound that I had to. That sounds exactly like Monkey's kind of game. That's exactly why it seems there's a new gimmick every generation now. Gotta slap funny hats on all Pokemon to sell more toys. I think there's a truth to that, but I also think that I try not to be too jaded about it. I know that there's a force out there that's about trying to sell the toys, but it doesn't mean that it has to be without quality, right? It's like how anime... Unfortunately, anime doesn't actually make money. I don't know how many of you know about this, but anime doesn't make money. Anime is almost entirely a marketing gimmick. A way to market figures and other merchandise. That's how these franchises make money. And so you might think, wow, then anime must all be terrible. But it's not actually. They make some really good stuff. And it's not all made with this really soulless sense of we're making it good so that we can make more money off of figures and toys and other merchandise. They know that that's part of the end game that will bring back in the revenue, but it's still made... A lot of anime is still made with a lot of heart, despite this. And even the figures and stuff themselves, you can see how much heart and love has been put into them. How beautifully they've been designed and with how much detail. And so while there is that force, and that force can get a little too far, it can get a little too overvalued, especially under certain franchises, it doesn't mean that every franchise has to be that way. That's how Monkey feels. Also, Sprigatito playing ball with Ditto and Koraidon sleeping nearby while I'm preparing to make a sandwich is awesome. Oh, that sounds really cute. That is nice. Monkey's wasn't super into the... well, I was gonna say picnic, but actually the camping mechanic in previous games. It was okay. And like the interacting with your Pokemon, like washing them and stuff, petting them, in previous games, I thought was okay. And so I didn't get super into it in this game either. It didn't change much from the previous games in that way. But the fact that it'll do things like you can make a sandwich to heal your Pokemon means that when I learned that, I didn't know that at first. When I learned that, I'd started getting more into it in that I would just open it up more. In the past, I tried it a little bit and then I stopped opening it up because it didn't do much for me. Except maybe making my Pokemon more happy was kinda nice. But after I made them happy enough, I was like, okay, I'm done with this. But now I feel like I might actually do more of it just because now that I'm doing it anyways naturally just to make sandwiches and stuff. It's a kind of a nice way to take a break and just hang out with your Pokemon. And it's starting to feel a little more natural to me. So it's not my favorite part of the game, but I see the charm in it, and I'm wondering if over time I will be more charmed by it and enjoy it more. We'll have to see. Now time? Yeah, Saturn mentioned. I'll probably try to catch up and try to close out this dialogue, and then we'll probably have to call it a day. Ryan doesn't like group projects. I get embarrassed being in front of people. I panic too much when I'm in a big crowd. Oh, I see, I understand. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that little by little, you're able to become more comfortable with those things. Because a lot of things in life get kind of locked away when you have fears like that. There's things that you might otherwise enjoy, but you just can't because there's too many people around, right? I get that. And so I hope that over time, it's something that, even if you never get to the point where you enjoy having a lot of other people around, where it doesn't prevent you from doing things that you might otherwise enjoy. But also, the way you feel about it is totally valid. Sometimes just having a lot of people around is scary, you know? It can be that way. Typically, open world games seem to take at least 5 years to be good anyway. Wow, really? I didn't know that. Interesting. Sometimes longer. Elden Ring took 9 years. Wow. And you can tell even then, a lot of content was reused. Wow, open world games are hard then. I didn't know this. Oh. In some ways, I wonder if that means if Pokemon keeps the open game format, I wonder if they'll be able to build off of what they already have in future games and make it slowly better little by little. But if it will just have to take its time getting to that point. Content aimed at kids being low quality is a big problem. If Pokemon Company keeps on this path, it might be just as bad as Peppa Pig eventually. I don't know anything about Peppa Pig actually. I can agree that just because things are for kids doesn't mean you want it to be low quality. Similarly, just because things are for kids doesn't mean it has to be simple either. It just has to be accessible, you know? And so yeah, it's true. I see that as a totally valid criticism that Pokemon trying to get it to be something that kids can enjoy, but having it be low quality in some way is kind of sucks. You know, it kind of sucks because kids deserve quality too. But I guess since it is what it is, I guess. I think in some ways, quality is in the eye of the beholder. In some ways, right? Like when Monkey was a baby monkey, glitches, as long as they didn't make the game unplayable for me, which some of these might for some people, but as long as they didn't make the game unplayable for me, it could be kind of fun. It's kind of funny, you know? So, quality matters. But sometimes what kind of quality also matters. And the tone. And I just say, I am proud of you, Tianshi, for how you handle opinions and how you see life. Oh? It's honestly a pleasure and a relief to be with someone as sweet, smart, and sensitive as you. Oh dear. Oh dear, thank you, Ryder. I appreciate that. I'm not sure if I personally agree that I'm that I have any of those qualities. I try my best, but I'm not sure. I'm just trying my best, that's all. But I I appreciate that, thank you. Thank you for being you, Tianshi. Hashtag love Tianshi. Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't know if that's something worth thanking me for, but thank you. Thank you. As long as you're having fun playing the game, that's all that matters. And if you're in a group, as long as your friends are having a good time playing along, that's good enough for me, little sister. Aw, thank you, Dasanta. That's very sweet. Na has somehow has done the impossible. Oh? Disagreeing with someone on the internet. Oops. Sometimes my chat box likes to jump around if I'm too far behind. Sorry, let me re-find the comment that I was reading. Oh my goodness, I'm so far behind. Okay, I'm gonna try I'm gonna try not to tangent too much. And the impossible disagreeing with someone on the internet without being a butt. But instead actually raising good counter arguments. Aww. I'm glad you think so, A-Fox. I don't want to make you feel like I think your opinions are invalid either, you know? I think it's nice that we can have this conversation without it being an argument, you know? When things devolve into arguments, then we're not really sharing ideas with each other anymore, right? We're just solidifying our own opinions mostly, is what a lot of arguments turn into. So it's nice that we can... I like that we can talk about these things without it getting heated or personal. That makes me hungry now. It's true! Is it food time? Press surf to win is a valid strategy. Press surf to win! Yes! Agree. Also, I have a question unrelated to Pokemon. Is it okay to shift the conversation just for a little bit? Oh sure! Oh sure! I'll try my best to be on top of it. We just kind of got on this tangent. It's, you know, the conversation flows as it will, I feel. The starters this gen also have balancing secondary typings. Really? Really? Not in starter form though. Do they gain types as they go up? I didn't know that. You know what? I was actually gonna say that, Ryder. Let's keep things general. How are your guys' day today? Mine was bad but kind of funny at times. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can talk about something else. Monkey just gets on tangents sometimes. Yeah, how was everyone's day? I will try not to let that get me into too many tangents either, because I know we gotta wrap up soon, but it's a good question. I'm sorry to hear yours was kinda bad, A-Fox, but at least you could find the humor in it. That's always a good strategy. I hope the rest of your day and your next days are feeling better. Sometimes we just have down days. We should also probably wait for Nal to catch up as well. I am pretty behind. Also, I like to imagine the characters are just standing there listening to Nal go off on things and waiting for their turn to talk to each other. I'm sorry, Clemel. I'm sorry, Nemona. A comedy turning into an action/shonen series? Where have I seen that happen before? Lol. Is it pretty common, Shatter? Yeah, I do wonder what the characters are thinking. Gosh, that woman has been talking to herself for like an hour. How bad is the schizophrenia? That's just monkey, I guess. I feel like this is more talk time stream than gameplay. Oh, we're 30 minutes in. It's true. Sometimes that happens. When Monkey was trying to do more self-promotion on Twitter back in the day, there was a blurb that Monkey used to use. It might still be on some of my social media profiles, where I do a lot of variety streams that usually accidentally turn into talking streams. Is how I put it, and I think that's pretty accurate. I apologize that I don't do the content in the way that other streamers do. It's not really what people expect, but I think it works out. It tends to spark conversation, and I think that's not a bad thing. Yeah. As I used to say, I got into streaming because I wanted to interact with lots of people. That's really what has the most value for me, is interacting with all of you. Personally, that's what I love. So, I apologize if we don't play a lot of games, but if we talk like this, I am having a lot of fun, and I hope you are too. Personally, I am not too big on Pokemon. I got Shield just to experience a full game, and it was fun, but still not my thing too much. As strange as it may sound, I'd love for Pokemon to make a more serious version of Pokemon. A mature version would speak to me, but that's perhaps changing its identity too much? You know, Ryder, I don't disagree, but I also don't fully... I don't want the mainline games to go too far into the serious territory. I think they can touch on more serious things, but I want them to have that same lighthearted sort of like excited for the world feeling that they've had forever, I guess. I really appreciate the mainline games retaining that atmosphere. However, I would be totally down for a dark sideline game. And some of the main games do take a bit of a more serious route. Like, I hear the one about eco-terrorism has a bit more serious themes going on. But I'd be totally down for a straight-up dark take on Pokemon. Just not as a mainline game, probably. But if it could have the same amount of effort put into it as a mainline game, Monkey wouldn't complain either. We have to remember is that the Pokemon Company is a business. They don't care about communities, they care about money. They don't listen to the community response, they listen to the financial response. I can see people taking that opinion on companies in general, and Monkey does kind of lean that way when it comes to companies in general, leaning towards reminding myself companies are not people, they don't care about people. However, I will say that I think that way of thinking can also go a little too far. I think that while it's important to be aware of, while it's important to always be cautious of seeing a company as caring about the people, without recognizing how it feels about money, that it exists for money, is dangerous because it will lead to a sense of disillusionment and disappointment when they do make decisions that are for the money. But I do think that in general, it doesn't mean that everything that is part of the capitalist machine has to be purely part of the capitalist machine, right? Monkey has some weird examples, but this is the kind of way that Monkey thinks. When you get a lot of Japanese appliance companies, for example, they create appliances that are joyful to use. Not because it will make them more money, but because they care about that culturally, I guess. And I think that it's possible for a company, even though the company doesn't care about the community, there are people within the company who care about the community. And if they can make a case for having the company focus on that, sometimes in the end to make money, right? Just like the figures. They're there to make money. But they also want to do something that people enjoy. And the people who make the figures, they're the ones who really put the heart into it, right? The company doesn't care. The company says, let's put out another... Since we're talking about Pokemon, let's put out another Pikachu figure. That's a terrible example. But like, say the anime that come out recently. What's been big? Chainsaw Man? Spy Family? That's a good one. They say, let's put out lots and lots of Spy Family figures. Because it'll make money. The company says that because the company is a part of the capitalist system and doesn't have opinions of its own. But the people making the figures can still have heart. And so, when they make the figures, sometimes they can make decisions that aren't purely based on what the company wants, which is money. And instead make something that's really beautiful and appeals to fans. And maybe they're the fans themselves, and they can put in the little details that makes them personally satisfied as creators. The little details that other people might not consciously notice, but make a beautiful finished product, right? And so, saying that companies don't listen to the community response, I agree with that. Companies don't care about nuance. Companies are about money. They're capitalist structures. However, that doesn't mean that the people within that structure don't have a say. Just because you're a part of a company doesn't mean you're a slave to what this non-human entity wants, right? You can still try your best to move within that structure and live your life, you know? And in living your life, create wonderful things because you want to create wonderful things. And I think that's also important to acknowledge. Hopefully they can use this game as a foundation and polish the next one up more. Yeah, I hope so. It's hard to know because with technology, as technology moves, sometimes you have to scrap what you had before and build it all over again. But I do think that that is perhaps the idea, because all of the games that came out this year, to Monkey, I don't know if it's true or not, but to Monkey they seem to be reusing a lot between the games. And I think that's intentional. Like how the previous game had those open world areas but not a full open world map. That was a way of starting to play with the engine that they put into this one. And that might be why this one has so many engine problems. Because it wasn't meant to work on this scale. It was meant to work on the scale that it worked in Sword and Shield. So we'll see if they're able to tweak it to be able to handle a true sort of open world feeling. Not sure, but hopefully they can. Oh, little sister, so much knowledge and so much curiosity running in your head. Hashtag curious Tianshi. Oh, thank you, Dashanka. I don't know about knowledge, but definitely curiosity. I am a curious monkey. No, perish the thought. I enjoy every second. Oh, thank you, Shatter. I'm glad you think so. All streams are just chatting streams, and all the topics are really interesting. Oh, Remus, thank you. Also, hello, Remus. Good to see you. Oh dear, thank you, Remus. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Oh, I think I missed the. Did I read this one? Maybe we could have a just chatting stream because I'm enjoying this. Aww. I'm glad you think so, Dajanka. Yeah. I do tend to do a decent number of just chatting streams. I don't know if I do more than other VTubers or not of dedicated just chatting streams, but I know I do them. I try to do them fairly often because I do enjoy them. Yeah, so maybe I'll schedule another one soon. I do have another game that I want to like poke at, take a look at at the start of December, so we might do that. But maybe I should schedule another just chatting stream soon. I am a bit worried that we won't get to the first gym within the next 3 streams. Oh, silly mongoose, we're definitely not getting to the first gym within the next 3 streams. Sorry to say, but I am pretty sure that is not that's gonna take longer than 3 streams. Because even 3 normal length streams, and this is a long stream, and the previous stream was also a long stream. So 3 normal length streams. In my own game, I'm not even sure I got to the first gym without that amount of time. I'll have to go back and check. Monkey likes to wander. But, you know, we'll try our best. Everybody who comes back knows what they're in for. That's a good way of putting it, Hemoglobin. I think everyone who comes back knows what they're in for. I don't know why, after knowing what you're in for, you come back, but I appreciate it. I'm enjoying the ramblings quite a bit. Thank you, Ryder. I appreciate that. Thank you. I very much enjoy this. You have very interesting perspectives. I don't know about that, but thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. IDK seems to have fun here and it's a calm place. Sometimes I like more the ASMR voice than the screaming craziness. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's true. Even if Monkey is a dull monkey talking about dull things, if I can create an environment that you feel comfortable in, that you can relax, even if you fall asleep to Monkey's ramblings, I think that's nice too. I definitely see the value in that. I don't know if I would say ASMR voice. Y'all can tell me if any of you actually have ASMR. If Monkey sparks ASMR at all. I don't know if that's true. I don't try to, but if you find it comfy and that sort of thing, I think that's great. I could listen to Nala ramble about chemistry or maths. I would listen. Oh, thank you, A-Fox. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Chemistry or maths are actually two things that I don't know too much about. I'm not really good at, but but yeah. Hashtag cute Tianshi. No. Wait a second. Why is this back? Ahoy. Ahoy. Hashtag cute Tianshi. No. Oh dear. Oh. Hey, that's my Oshi you're talking about. Oh? Who is doing this? Nala is unlike any other VTuber I've met in a wonderful way. Hence why they're my Oshi. No. Oh dear. You guys. Oh dear. Thank you. I don't know about all that, but thank you. I do appreciate it. Monkey makes life better for anyone that knows them. Oh dear. I'm honored to live in the same timeline as you, Queen. No, just monkey. Oh dear. But thank you. I am happy to live in the same timeline as all of you. It's wonderful that somehow all of our paths have crossed. They might never have. There's so many reasons why they might not have, but they did, and I think that's wonderful. Monkey only flaw is to not accept her perfection, JK. No, just monkey. Oh, thank you. Oh dear. We are all unique in our own special way. Perfection isn't everything, but accepting imperfection is what makes us human. That's a good way of putting it, Rajanka. In some ways, there's no reason to strive for perfection because imperfection is what imperfection is part of just who everyone is, and that's wonderful in its own way. I like that. They dropped the Pokemon on fashion. They dropped the Pokeball on fashion with this one. Yeah. See, that's what Monkey should have said. They sure dropped the Pokeball on fashion in this one. Nice. I guess they could have allowed you to customize the uniform. I've never worn a school uniform. I would say, in fact, they're relatively liberal with their school uniforms in this one. A lot of places are much more strict. This one, they let you wear, for example, any season of the uniform, regardless regardless of the time of the year. A lot of schools will force you to wear a certain uniform only for, summer is only for the months that they designate as summer, and winter is this, and spring is this. And so even that is already kind of liberal. And then the fact that they let you accessorize, you can use whatever bag you want, you can wear gloves, you can wear whatever shoes and socks and hats. That's pretty unusual. And depending on your culture, for example, in Japan, even things like different hair colors or hairstyles can be restricted. It's not uncommon. So the amount of customization they let you do with your uniform actually is pretty liberal from a Japanese realistic point of view. But but who says Pokemon has to be realistic, right? And there is at least one character who apparently goes to the school but wears nothing at all resembling the uniform. I'm a little bit envious. Why do they get to wear whatever they want? Speaking of uniforms, I'm trying to get some art done, your little sister, with different outfits. Really? Oh, that's wonderful! Monkey loves art. Monkey loves art so much. And Monkey loves different outfits too. Monkey's a fashion monkey, even though I only have one stream outfit right now. Technically two, I guess. I have my Halloween outfit. I just don't break it out very often. I had to wear an itchy, non-breathing uniform and got bullied because the equal footing idea is a sham. Oh, I understand, Mongoose. I understand. That sucks, first of all. If the uniform itself is not pleasant, then that's already starting off on the wrong foot. There's plenty of uniforms out there that are not... They don't look good, they don't feel good, and that just is no good at all, I think. A uniform should make you feel good, in Monkey's opinion. A well-designed uniform is one you should want to put on, because it feels good on your body, it looks good to you, it makes you feel... It's flattering, for example, of multiple different body types. I think a good uniform, a well-designed uniform, should be able to do all of those things. And unfortunately, they're not always well-designed. And furthermore, the equal footing thing is a bit of a sham. It is a bit of a sham because, again, you want something that's flattering to everyone regardless of who they are, right? But that's difficult. And people are always going to find a way to do fashion. I think even with the most restrictive uniform restrictions, I guess, people are gonna find a way to do fashion because people, as far as Monkey can tell, people just like fashion. It's an important thing to us, the way we present ourselves. Even human cultures that don't wear clothing did fashion. So I get it. Monkey likes fashion too. And that's gonna mean that if you're not in the in-group, then you won't know that, oh, everyone's, you know... That's a silly example. Oh, everyone's popping their collar now. That's what the cool kids do. Or, oh, your jacket doesn't fit the right way. You should be having a smaller jacket. Or a bigger jacket. Or whatever. You know, people will always come up with these little things. It's not as much of an equalizer as it's often touted to be. I think that it can be an equalizer in a lot of ways. For example, it can sometimes help minimize the difference between students of lower incomes and students of higher incomes. But sometimes it also aggravates it because students with lower incomes are going to have a harder time keeping up the maintenance of their uniform than students with higher incomes. And if the uniform itself is expensive, then that's also something that will hurt them and make them have to compromise on other things. And so I think the equalization is something that is not... It's not a... what do they call it? A silver bullet? It's not something that's definitely gonna happen just because you have uniforms. And even if you design your uniforms really well to the best of your ability, it's still not gonna make everything equal because in reality, in real life, there's no such thing as equal. No one's actually ever gonna be on equal footing with everyone else. There's no way to make that happen because there's too much variation in the world. Even the idea of what equal footing means. Is it a physical thing? Is it a monetary thing? Is it a gender thing? Is it a height thing? Is it a strength thing? It really depends. And so there's no way to have something as simple as a uniform get rid of all of that. But I think used properly It can help. It can help. It's an ideal. Well, now Monkey's thinking for myself. Because I like fashion so much, it might almost feel like something that puts Monkey on lesser footing if I don't like the uniform the way that it looks. Because everyone else can then, you know, have the confidence of like, this uniform is in my fashion sense, and so I feel more confident. Whereas if you're wearing it and you're like, this is not my fashion sense, I don't feel comfortable in it at all, it can lower your footing. So there's a lot of subtle things like that too. I don't really know. I just wish there was a skirt option, but I can understand why they excluded it. I would like a skirt option as well. They had skirts in previous Pokemon games, and Monkey does like skirts. But in some ways, I also appreciate that if they were gonna go with such minimalist fashion in general, just keeping it entirely, what's the word? Androgynous, I guess? Keeping the entirety of the uniform androgynous has an appeal, since, you know, you're supposed to be running around in the world, and realistically, skirts aren't great for jumping down mountains and stuff. Doesn't mean Monkey hasn't done it, but, you know, it a little bit makes sense. I don't think you understand. School wasn't a nice thing. It was a place I had to go or I would get in trouble. You know, Mongoose, I think you're right. I may not have understood that before, and I'm sorry to hear that. I do understand, but not necessarily. I cannot say that I fully understand your experience. I don't know enough about you or what you went through to... It would be... What's the word? Egotistical of me to think that I could fully understand your experience with what little I know, and additionally, just in general, understanding anyone's experience on the same level that they themselves understand it, even if you went through something similar. And so I don't know how school was for you, and I don't know that how school was for me, if it was ever similar, if it was ever in such a way that you would consider it similar. But I do kind of get that feeling, if it helps at all. That even if it's not a full understanding, I do kind of get that feeling. Where school... I went because I had to. I don't think my experience was necessarily as... maybe it wasn't as strong as yours? Because there were aspects of school that perhaps I could still enjoy. Like certain classes, for example. I really liked literature class, reading and writing, literature and language class, I guess. I really enjoyed the reading and writing aspects and certain other things like that. I was able to find things that I did enjoy at school. And my perspective was not so much a, this is a thing I have to do and I hate it. I just kind of accepted it as a part of life. So I didn't have that struggle. But I certainly had times where I struggled with, for lack of a better description, not fitting in at all with any of the other kids. And just like really draining social atmosphere, I guess. And that sort of thing. I was kind of resilient about it, so I kind of took on a sort of fight me attitude, like rather than letting it get me down too much, though it still did in many ways. But I do kind of get it. And so I'm sorry to hear that school left you with so many bad memories. It really sucks if that's the case. I hope that that's not something that in the future prevents you from enjoying things like this with a school theme so much, but it makes sense if it would, you know? When things are that bad in your life, sometimes there's just certain things you can't enjoy anymore, and that's okay. Monkey certainly has things like that. Things that were strong enough in my childhood that even though other people are okay with them, and I know there's, you know, value to some of the things that include those themes, I just can't go near them myself. I just cannot feel comfortable with them. And that's okay too. And it's unfortunate, and I try my best not to let it be something that bogs me down, for example. But that's just how it is. And so I'm sorry to hear that. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, is Monkey going on tangents again? Alright, let me see. This game gives you so many items for free, so now more than ever, you have tons of money for fashion. I know! I keep thinking, oh, I have so much money, let's go check out the fashion shops, and then I remember. Sometimes I find nice little things, but most of the look feels like it's already been solidified because the base is solidified, so what I build around it, once I find something that works well, I feel like, well, that's it, I guess. It looks good. I also wish that the hairstyles were a little more accessible, cause it's hard to know what it's gonna look like when you change your hairstyle. Because the hats, they interact differently with the different hair, and I don't think I found a way to preview it. So I've been hesitant to change my hairstyle as well. Good luck. They start to know you a lot in this game. They start to know you a lot. Really? Oh. It's certainly a bit sidetracked. Sorry. I enjoy the ramblings. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I should probably keep my question... Oops. Where was I? I should probably keep my question for another time, huh? Sorry, Ryder. This is probably the case, actually. I appreciate that if so. Oh my goodness. Did another hour go by without me paying attention? Oh dear, last time I looked we were only like 40 minutes over. Now we're like an hour and 30 minutes over. Alright. Alright. Well. I'll try my best. It looks like you guys are helping me as far as I can tell. It looks like I don't have much longer to scroll. Well, time also, by the time you get to this, I'll probably be gone. So goodbye, Monkey-san. Oh, okay. Okay, Eduardo, thank you so much for coming, though. I'm sorry I wasn't able to say goodbye while you were probably still here, but thanks for coming. We spent the whole time chatting. Oh, yeah. We did one Pokemon battle. That's something, right? Well, now I do have to go now. I hope you catch up and chat in like the next hour or so. Oh, also, Afox, I'm sorry if you've already left, but thank you so much for coming. It's been nice chatting with you. Sorry for getting you into a 1 hour tangent over a joke. Bye, guys. It's okay, it's okay. Oh, thanks for chatting with me, Afox. I hope you have a great night. Yes, no. Lushy? Eh? You know, it's been talked about. I don't know where you got that idea from. It's been talked about. I don't think I have a way to make it happen just yet. The closest we have is currently we have pillows. We have pillows with Smokey on it, with Chibi Monkey. If you go to the merch shop. One day maybe, one day. Hashtag love tears. Thank you, Afox. Thank you so much. Oh dear. There she goes, evading our compliments again. What? What? What are you talking about? One day, Ryder. One day. One day. We have to believe. Makes sense, makes sense. One day. I would argue it's literally the basis for modern shonen. Dragon Ball started as a comedic parody of Journey to the West and became Dragon Ball. Oh, I see! I didn't know that. Now that you mention it, yeah, modern shonen comes from a more light-hearted comedic tradition, sort of like a... Yeah, that sort of thing, and then... Oh, I could see that. Oh, that's pretty cool. That reminds me, Disney is planning on making a kid-friendly version of Dragon Ball. Really? And it's gonna be under Disney? Under the American company? Or under the Japanese Disney? Tianshi is Curious George's sister confirmed. I guess we're both curious. This is my first time in this stream and I love it. Oh, I'm glad you think so. Oh, thank you. We're glad to have you. Fold up rugs. Thank you for coming. Welcome to the fold. Fold. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And Fold is cute too. Do you mind if I call you Fold? Streamers who talk with their viewers is really new to me. I'm used to just being ignored. It's a nice change for once. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. To be perfectly honest, Monkey doesn't actually watch a lot of streamers right now or ever, and so I don't know what's the norm. I just know what I like doing, and for me, chatting with all of you really is what I enjoy. What's really fun for Monkey. Yes. Tianshi gets to all comments. I try my best at least. It's one of the reasons to come back. You're always part of the conversation if you feel like being. And we stan our lurkers too. If you just like to hang out and sit back and listen to what's happening, that's fine too. I should do a list of reasons why people should come visit the tea club so I can easily share the word. Make an ad for Monkey. That's great, that's great. Ryder, if you start putting out like propaganda and advertising posters, I would find that hilarious. I would find that hilarious. Back with tea. Monkey. Press A. Oh no! Oh no! Hello, Best Squid. Welcome back. Do we happen to be on the exact same screen that we were on when you left? I apologize. I do need to press A. I will press A soon. I promise. Soon. I think I'm getting close. Sneaky Shatter. What did Shatter do? What did Shatter do? Oh no, a sneak. 3-hour tangent on Pokemon fashion. Yeah! Yeah, I could do that, maybe. Sasuga Tao. Sasuga Tao! Yeah. What does Monkey think about the trash pandas known as raccoons? Oh, I love trash pandas. They're so cute. I like when they wash things. Have you seen trash pandas trying to wash what's it called? Cotton candy? Watame? Cotton candy? When they try to wash it, it is such a tragic it's such a tragedy. However, the tragedy ends well, I think. At least the most famous video I've seen of it. The extended cut shows that the trash pandas they learn. So it's a story with a good ending. By the way, sister, if you have the time, can I DM you about something in Discord? Oh, I see, I see. Okay, I will say, I don't have a lot of time usually. Outside of just actually putting the streams together to deal with VTuber related stuff, and so I'm really, really bad about responding on Discord. I apologize about that. But if you don't mind that it might take a really long time for me to get back to you, feel free to DM me. I just may not be able to get back to you. Right now, my DMs aren't very... how do you say? Clogged? I don't have too many people DMing me, and so it's unlikely that it will get lost. But it may take a long time for me to get to you. If it ever gets to a point where DMs get lost, I'll have to rethink this stance. Because that happens to Monkey too when I get overloaded with things. I can't keep up with most Discord servers, for example. Everything gets lost for Monkey. But I will try to get back to you eventually. I apologize in advance. I'm sure I will be very delayed. I apologize for that. You know how slow Monkey can be. You know, I've met a character in Genshin that acts exactly like you. Oh! Loves to read and is a writer, lives in Inazuma, Japan, but most importantly, her whole thing is going on tangents often. Is it Monkey? It Monkey? Oh! Maybe we help the monkey by saying our goodbyes now? Oh! You know, I appreciate that. As much as actually the goodbyes make Monkey sad too. I'm sad that I have to leave. But, you know, it could be helpful. I still need to finish pressing A on this and let them stop talking to you. I was gonna do that when I catch up. But I appreciate you thinking about me. I agree with Ryder. Thanks for the stream. Glad I could catch it for a bit. I'll ask the question next time. Be well now. #love Tianshi. Thank you, Ryder. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh dear. Thank you. And I'll look forward to your question. Disney has the live action rights to Dragon Ball from buying Fox. Oh, they're gonna make a live action. Interesting. I think you're right, Ryder. Lol. Oh, thank you. Don't mind if you call me Fold. Oh, great. Well, thank you for coming, and as they said, welcome to the Fold. Welcome to the Tianshi Club. We're glad to have you. Thank you for the stream now. Oh, it's always a pleasure to watch your Pokemon journey. Oh, even when our journey is just standing still. That's a journey too, right? Maybe next time we'll even get to catch a Pokemon. That would be fun. That sounds good. #love Tianshi. Just the heart monkey. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming, Shatter. It's been a lot of fun. Should I hang a subscribe to now poster outside my tent? Oh dear. Oh dear. You don't have to do something like that. I would find it very amusing. I would find that hilarious, but you do with your space what you want to do, Shatter. Yes. Me? I'm back from the dead again, maybe. I'm Ted, welcome! Oh my goodness, I'm glad you caught us. This is an extra long stream. I probably shouldn't be streaming this long usually. It's happened again. I need to be more careful on top of these sorts of things. So usually I probably won't be streaming this long, but I'm glad that because of it, we got to catch you. How are you doing? I'm actually about to sign off really soon. As soon as I catch up to chat and finish out this dialogue in the game. Oh, I understand. What are we talking about? Oh, the Discord thing. Thank you, Dajanka. I appreciate that. I know it can be really tough talking to someone who's not very responsive. I'm glad you like raccoons. I'm a model my VTuber after one. Oh, nice. Oh, that's great. Yeah, yeah. Cute, cute. I like it. Yeah, I had fun talking. Yeah, me too. Thank you so much for coming. I'm better than ever. Thank you for asking. Oh, that's wonderful news. That's wonderful news. I'm so glad to hear it. Monkey caught up. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, all of you, for being so... what's the word? So kind to Monkey. Letting me catch up. So we can actually end stream at some point. As much as I hate to go, it is important. So I appreciate that a lot. Let me clean out this dialogue and then we can... Well, I guess some of you have already said your goodbyes. So I will say my goodbyes. Alright. Can I count on you to take your new schoolmate here under your wing, Miss Nemona? I'm sure he can learn a great deal from a champion ranked trainer such as yourself. You bet, sir. Oh, that reminds me. Since you're new to training Pokemon, there's an app you definitely need. You have a smartphone, right? Let me see it for a sec. Yeah. The Pokédex app was added to your Rotom phone. Wow! Nice, nice! Pokédex time! The Pokédex will automatically register any Pokemon you catch. It's a must-have for Pokemon trainers. It is really nice. It's a super handy app. Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Jack, actually made it himself. I think you pronounced that Jack? Back in my day, we used ordinary paper and handwritten notes to compile our Pokédexes. This is an interesting comment to Monkey. What is Clavel's day? Because there have been Pokédexes for a long time now, I thought. Maybe not. It's quite the age we live in now. It's true. Oof. Filling out a Pokédex by hand? I can't even imagine how much work that would take. Oh ho ho. No, I suppose you can't. Clavel's a nice guy. Yet, no matter how much the times may change, the wonder of meeting new Pokemon never does. That is truly a truly timeless pleasure. I agree. I like meeting Pokemon. And the more Pokemon you encounter, the more you'll find yourself growing and changing. I hope you will both work hard towards the goal of completing your own Pokédexes. Now, Miss Nemona, I do still have a few matters to discuss with your parents. Could I depend on you to see Master Nal to the academy? You would be doing me quite the favor. Of course, leave it to me. Then I leave him in your capable hands. Alright, little one. It's time you and I were on our way. Oh, goodbye, Quaxley. Oh, so cute. Goodbye. I love the little blue feet. Tap, tap, tap. Maybe I ought to make a little more time to work on my Pokédex along with all my battling. Oh, right. Speaking of Pokédexes now, you've probably never caught a wild Pokémon, right? I'll show you the ropes before I take you to the academy. Come with me. Alright, I think that's the end of this dialogue. We made it! Oh, I already know this, so I'm just gonna skip it. But let's save our game! Would you like to save? Yes. Alright. Phew! Oh boy. Oh boy. That's exciting. That's exciting. You know, Nemona's parents apparently aren't home according to the servants, so I don't know where Clavel's gone off to. Oh well. Alright. I guess I'll get back over to the comfy room. I see some chats in chat. I'll go back to the comfy room and then I'll catch back up and then say goodbye. Ta-da! Alright. We're just playing dead now so that it's not awkward, given we already said our goodbyes. club is now just laying on the floor quietly. Don't move. Play dead. That's cute, but thank you. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate y'all helping me. And even though I went overtime, I guess I shouldn't say end on time, but end at a time. End at some time, sooner rather than later. Shh, if you don't move, Monkey won't notice us. Oh, nobody here, nobody here. But what if I want Monkey to notice me? One Monkey. Stay in the tent, Shatter. Stay in the tent. Oh dear. We hide. We strike when the time is right, brothers. Wait, what are you striking? Uh-oh. Monkey should look out. While we hide, we work on the ads. We work on the ads. Oh dear. Monkey has this hilarious image in my mind now. Oh, everyone playing dead, hiding in tents, working on ads behind the scenes. Oh dear. Thank you all so much. You all are great. Yay. Yeah! I had fun. Oh, glad to hear it. Wait, what? Wait, what? Eh? Here we get up. Wow, it's been a while. That's true. With the staff as well. Let me see. Can I make it work? Wow. For those of you who don't know, I do have a staff that I use for practicing martial arts. I am a non-violent monkey, but I do know a little martial arts just for fun. This is my staff. It's kind of hard to see because it's under the table, but I can change the size, and so when I want to hide it, I just go. Wah! Wah! Yeah! 齐天大放 No, just the regular stuff. Just the regular stuff. Some powerful wah. Yeah, some powerful wah. Oh, you know how to fight with your sister? I haven't done a lot of actual sparring, like fighting against other people. I just learned the basics of martial arts. That is, how do I say? I learned more from performing the moves properly without an opponent perspective is mostly what I know. I've done a little bit of sort of self-defense type of martial art as well that does involve things like throwing and breaking, that sort of thing. But not a lot of combative martial art in terms of sparring. And just like that, my whole year is made. Aw, glad to hear it, Ryler. Oh dear. You related to Wukong? I can neither confirm nor deny the relationship between my lineage and the Sun Wukong lineage. I do live on Flower Fruit Mountain is my home, which is the mountain, the center of the Monkey Kingdom, ruled by Sun Wukong, is on Flower Fruit Mountain. That's the mountain that he was born on as well. And so that's where I come from. But I can neither confirm nor deny lineage, heritage. Yes. Hi Tianshi, thanks for the stream and all the fun long talks. Thank you, Ahiki. Thank you. And thank you for coming. Okay, everyone, I better sign off now, huh? Thank you all so much. I really had fun talking to you, and I appreciate you all coming here and listening to the dull monkey talking about dull things. I thank you so much. I intend to stream again, same time on Thursday. Hopefully not as long. I do need to get some things done this week. But if I don't stream too long, I should be able to make it Thursday, which will be our first December stream, actually. And then, as I mentioned, in 2.5 weeks, I hope to do our 300 subs karaoke stream. Probably at the old time, so not the time that we're at right now. But if you take the current time... Let me see. If you take the current time... Wait a second. Oh no! Oh no! If you take the current time and add 1 hour, I guess. No, actually no, it's not even add 1 hour. It's this time, isn't it? This is the time where I usually started my streams in the past. How did this happen? How did this happen? This is when Monkey streams too long. Somewhere around this time of day, on a Thursday, or if you're a little further along, the Friday, depends on whether right now is a Tuesday or a Wednesday for you. On the 15th, I plan to do karaoke around this time. We'll see whether or not I stream beforehand or not. And I had the silly idea of saying maybe in the spirit of Christmas and Monkey needing more pocket money, I could do like a 1 donation equals 1 Christmas carol thing during that stream. If you all want to make requests, I will consider them. If you donate, whoever donates gets to make a request, I guess, sort of idea. I don't know. It seemed a little silly. But it sounded like fun, so I thought we'd give it a try. But yeah, we'll see. But yes, until next time. Where was that? Tianshi talk tea time. Yeah. Tianshi talk tea time. This time. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Not a Vampire. Thank you for coming. Bye. Bye, Fold Up Rock. Bye. See you next time. Best Squid. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for coming. It was fun chatting like you water. Hashtag Tianshi Tea Time Talk. Oh, you're right. Tianshi Tea Time Talk. Bye, Best Squid. No, dull monkey. Great monkey equal to heaven, in fact. No. Just regular monkey. By the way, I'm taking those pancakes with me. Oh, we got another fan of the pancakes. Dozo. Monkey likes to share food. I think that's part of the joy of eating food, so feel free to take some. Will the karaoke really happen? Find out soon. Yeah. Fingers crossed. Barring some emergency, that's the plan. 400 subs, you mean? Well. Where are we at right now? Let me check the numbers. Oh jeez. 395. 395. Oh, it's getting dangerous for Monkey. Yes, if we make it to 400 subs before I complete our 300 subs celebration stream, I will do the batsu, the punishment. Probably something like the spicy noodle challenge, because that's the thing that seems like is something I could do relatively easily. Other ideas are welcome. If there's another idea that Monkey grabs that I like more, we can do that. But that's the idea. But only if we make it. And it will be separate, I promise. That is not the same as our 400 sub celebration. That will also happen. Separately. Streamed all the way through the gap. Whoa. The gap? Oh, you're right. The gap between current stream time and old stream time. Oh jeez. There was supposed to be a gap. Must do my raccoon deeds. Oh, sounds good. That's true, raccoons are kind of sneaky like, right? Bye, little sister. Love you, lion hugs. Oh, thank you, Dashanka. Happy holidays. Yeah, happy holidays. Bye bye. Tianshi's ASMR voice. I don't know about that, but thank you, Ahiki. Bye bye. Bye bye. You have to accept all our compliments, punishment. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know if I could do that. That's too far, Ryder. I don't know if Monkey is physically capable of such an endeavor. One day. Last goodbye. Okay, thank you so much. Bye, murky water. And yes, Monkey, I better say my goodbyes now too. And so in that case, with that, this meeting of the Tianshi Tea Club is now officially adjourned. Thank you all so much for coming. Oh man, I'm gonna have to try to be better about time. There's some things that need to get done this week. But I had a lot of fun. Thank you all so much, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.